Sports Weekend Edition, Snow Day Edition. How's everybody out there doing? Let's go across the board. Make sure our socials are good. Let's get our socials in order. Okay. The X is good. Boop, boop. All right. Celtics were out there running and gunning. Okay, the IG is good. Okay, get the Facebook in order. All right. Facebook is good. Let's go ahead and check. YouTube good. And let's turn this. Let's turn that frown upside down. Twitter is good. All right. So we just gonna let folks know what time it is. We're gonna let them know what time it is. Okay. Come to the, yep. Yes, sir. Saving that draft. All right. We're good. Okay, let's get the word out. Yes, sir. Let folks know. If they want to jump in. I know. We're gonna get to the intro. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. We get into the intro quick, fast, and in a hurry. Yes, indeed. Let's just. Okay. Quick, fast, and in a. No, I just need to. I always get it. I hit the wrong button. Oh, goodness gracious, come back. Now we got technical difficulties. Do one thing right, and next thing you know, I need to edit the link. That's what I need to do. Bye-bye. Let them know. And then we'll come here. This is poor first 5 minutes. I gotta rework this. I'm reworking this going forward. All right, we're done. We gotta jump into the show. 5 minutes of editing, and I'm not even I'm over here. And I'm not focused on the good people out there in television land. How's everybody out there doing? I hope it's a good one. We got a lot to discuss. USA, USA, USA. So without further ado, I don't let some folks know, but I haven't been respectful to the audience. Haven't been respectful to the audience, and we don't play that. We don't play that. So let's get it. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Yes, indeed. Switch mode. Here we go. Hey, SandCity, to the business. What's going on, people? I am your host, the Cape Cod Kid, artist known as Andre. I apologize for the delay as we get. We got this snow apocalypse here in New England. USA. Come on back, come on. I hope it's been a good weekend for you. We got palm trees out there. We got snow and wind. Blizzard conditions. Go! Hey, we making it work some type of way. Gotta give a shout out to the U.S.A. national team out there with the Olympics 2020. Hey, but hey, all right. But let's, as they say, what do big men teach me? Let's go ahead and play the hits. Let's go ahead and start with. Boop, got that? No, that's not what I need. We're gonna start with the Celtics handling their business. Peyton Pritchard, who summers on the Cape. Peyton Pritchard summers on the Cape. So we're going to shout him out. Yes, that's that man right there. All right, so I let people know. You know what I mean? You got to get the good word out. I got the good word out. Everybody, hey. Okay, so everybody who's somebody, hey, they put that what? Put that belt to behind. Had to do it. So let's go ahead and discuss. We're gonna start with the hits. Belt to behind, Boston Celtics. I'm not changing my take, folks. I'm out on the Celtics. I'm out on them because of what they did, how they jettison, okay? How they jettison Drew Holiday. Okay, but this is woo. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's get it right. They trying to play games with me. I won't be denied. They're trying to play games as we get our art for this first segment. We talking Celtics Lakers, which in many respects looks like a tale of two cities, folks. It looks like, doesn't look like, frankly, it looks like the Lakers are the ones that traded away a dynasty, gave away a proven winner, and are now in no man's land. That's how versus the Celtics, because they are trying to find that strong identity. Oh, we got a lot to get to today. We got a lot to get to as I go to we locked in. Hopefully this power, you know what I mean? Power gonna work with me. We're gonna have power through the storm. as we dive into our first segment. Chris in the building, bringing the heat. All right, let's go. You want to rest Tatum? Hey, if you're healthy, you're healthy. I mean, if you add JT to this mix, it's going to get very, very interesting. Okay, you let JT come back and with a team that's already rolling, and hey, I mean, are we talking NBA Finals? Is this a championship team? You guys know how I feel. There's no two ways about how I feel on this. But to Chris's point, he says he doesn't want Tatum back. Does that mean this Celtics team can make the finals without Jason Tatum? Is that what we're doing right now? They put it on the Lakers tonight. That man right there, Mr. Peyton Pritchard, who, by the way, shout out to Peyton Pritchard, grinder, worker, talking about judging a book by its cover. Peyton Pritchard summers here on the Cape, works out here on the Cape. I mean, I know the Cape in the summer is a who's who, of the rich, powerful, and influential, right? So you'll see a lot of people on the Cape. It doesn't mean that makes anybody better than anybody else. Okay, what does Uncle Shannon tell us? Money only makes you more of what you already are. Okay, it ain't gonna change it. Make you more of what you already are. So sometimes you have power, influence, respect, all the rest of that stuff, but you still got to work on yourself. All right. But back to Peyton Pritchard. He's here in the summer. He works out at a lot of the local spots, where the Cape folks, the local yokels are, and very generous. He's very generous, very gracious, and so, his now wife, then fiance, her family is here. So I think that's why he's out here. Of course. Yeah. So that's a 1 year. You don't rush back from an Achilles. You don't rush back from an Achilles in no way, shape, or form. So JT, take your time. All I'm saying is, it's going to be a year. It'll be a year when the playoffs are going on. That'll be the year mark for him to be healthy. Now, to the point, very solid point that Chris is making, Achilles, it ain't no joke. And the second season, right? That's when all bets are off. So he's not coming back and having a chance to build up. He's being thrown right into the Daytona 500. He's being thrown right into the mad dash to the finish. It's not outside the realm of possibility. But it most certainly has to be done with an abundance of caution. Great point. I can't go there on this Celtics team. If they had Drew, I would be with you. Okay, the Pistons in 04. And we're going to get to the Pistons. We got some things to discuss about the Pistons in 04 because we know what happened in 03. Under the leadership of Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars, by the way, who got it right with Derek Queen. Folks, the New Orleans Pelicans could get the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. A pick that they gave up to get Derek Queen. I believe that pick is going to the Hawks. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, and you most certainly can't, because that's just my memory. So Joe Dumars, I believe Derek Queen is going to be a star. But Bill Simmons, who's really strong on a number of takes, said it at the time. Heck is going on with the Winter Olympics? Is it already time for closing ceremonies? What's going on? I want the Olympics to continue. I've been enjoying. It's been good over the vacation week. I got a lot of the Winter Olympics. We will get to Team USA. All right, sweeping, hockey, men's, women's, big point of pride. Gonna get there. '04 Pistons passed on D Wade, passed on Chris Bosh, passed on Carmelo Anthony. There's just no excuse for it. Okay, they got nothing in a historic draft. Okay, so there's just no excuse whatsoever. Darko Milicic, just that's Sam Bowie 2.0. So Joe Dumars, that's 1,000% on you. I don't. It's just unacceptable. You know, is Jerry West going to pass on James Worthy in 82 with the Lakers because he already has Jamal Wilkes, Bob McAdoo, right? Is Jerry West going to pass on Big Game James? Is Red Auerbach going to pass on Len Bias in 86 because he has Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Absolutely not. You folks should have. Do I agree with Bobby Knight on the late great Bobby Knight on everything? No, I don't. Of course, throwing chairs into this, and I don't agree with Bobby Knight on everything. But Bobby Knight told the people in Portland, they said, we already have Clyde Drexler. We need a center. He said, draft Michael Jordan and play him at center. That was the 04 Pistons, Chris. It was the 04 Pistons, right? That beat the Lakers. 03 was San Antonio's year when they finally got back on top. Okay? So yeah, Dumars drafted Darko in 03. Because Rasheed came over. They didn't win it the first year. Rasheed came over at the trade deadline in 03, I believe. To go back and check this. Yeah, the 04 team beat the Lakers. There's no two ways about that. But Joe Dumars made the catastrophic mistake in 03. Because again, Rasheed, the trade, bringing Rasheed from Portland, that was an 03 thing. I think Rob is out as well. The last I heard from Rob on Peterson, he's been out. But yeah, that's a all right. You fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice, shame on me. Okay. I'm keeping it 100 with this Darren Peterson. All right. I'm calling him the new look Markelle Fultz. I said what I said. Darren Peterson is the new look Markelle Fultz. Come at me. I'm done with him. Done with him. All right. Talked about this. Marcus Smart out there getting cooked by Mr. Pritchard. Okay, but you guys remember Dante Exum from Australia? Right? Who's better, Marcus Smart or Dante Exum? Because Dante Exum from Australia was drafted ahead. Yeah, I said what I said. Darren Peterson, Markelle Fultz. Mark it down. Say it thrice. Huh? I'm done. And we'll get him on the screen in the first place in a bit. If somebody tells you who they are, believe them the first time. He done told me who he is. It's ridiculous. No, he doesn't. Okay? Because he's right? He wants some funny money business. I'm not giving him Ben Simmons. Markelle Fultz. There's something there's he's having, you know what I mean? He's dealing with social anxiety, all these things. It's ridiculous that he's not playing. There's no excuse for it whatsoever. Yes, Markelle Fultz coming to the league and he couldn't shoot all of a sudden, and he's having just social anxiety. Things that he was completely healthy, but he was in his own head. There's no stigma. There's nothing to be ashamed of, certainly. Okay? But he wasn't all there, period. Darren Peterson is not all there in terms of how he's acting, period. This kid is We're going to come back to the Celtics. I'm going to reiterate this, because we'll go to Darren Peterson. But he on some funny business, and he's not right. All right, Darren Peterson, he's on some can't get right. That's what he's on. He's on some can't get right stuff. That's what he's doing. And I don't know why anybody out here would be. There's no excuse for not doing your job. How can you be the best at your job if you don't do your job? How can you be the best and you don't show up to work? What are we doing? He doesn't show up to work. How can people say he is the heir apparent and he doesn't do his job? Michael Jeffrey Jordan, 82. This man was the most talented and the most hungry. Kobe Bean Bryant, 96. Most talented, most hungry. Okay, I see Iowa State. Yeah, DeBance up balling. It's crazy, folks. AJ DeBanza, pride of Brockton, Massachusetts. What do we call Brockton? The city of champions. That's the city of Marvelous Hagler. By the way, we have to get it on the screen. Shout out to Brockton. They just put up a statue for Marvelous Marvin Hagler. Okay? Rocky Marciano, The Rock. The city of champions. Blue collar, working class. Okay? Not perfect. Don't claim to be perfect. We get up every day and we grind. What? That's what we do. Now, again, I'm on the Cape. That's Brockton, but still in the Commonwealth. Okay? City of champions. And you see that with AJ DeBanza. He's hungry. He's hungry. Cameron Boozer. What is he? What is he? Bologna and cheese? Cameron Boozer is not a player? Why are we talking about Cameron Boozer as number 1 overall pick? Why aren't we talking about Cole Pete for Arizona as number 1 pick? This draft class is loaded. And everybody wants to be with this prima donna in Kansas who doesn't want to play basketball. Right, you don't want to play basketball, then don't, right? At least Ace Bailey showed up to work last year for all of his off-the-court issues and, you know what I mean, bad management. This kid doesn't show up to work, I'm out. And you know what's going to happen before we get back to the Lakers and Celtics? He's going to play this game, and then he's going to get, quote-unquote, locked in for the combine, and he'll have a great combine because, no. You completed half of the journey. So I'm passing. Right? Old school Duke Michigan game. Going back to the Fab Five era. Love to see it. Right? Chris, Jawan, Jalen, Leitner, Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill. Classic college sports game. Glad these two programs are back in full effect. All right, we good across the board on our socials. Twitter, IG, Facebook. Everything is good. Darren Peterson's Fugazi. That's right. But I'm not even giving it, and that's why Ace Bailey wasn't the number 1 pick. A lot of people feel like Ace Bailey, pound for pound, is better than Cooper Flagg. A lot of people feel that way. All right, Ace Bailey was inconsistent last year. Dylan Harper showed up to work. Ace Bailey was taking crazy shots, and he was inconsistent. So they didn't make the playoffs. They didn't make the tournament, excuse me. And Ace Bailey slipped, and he tried to pull a power play in Utah, and Danny Ainge wasn't having it. But, we could be talking about Ace Bailey the same way that we're talking about Cooper Flagg or Con Kneppel. But we're not, because he's not bought in on basketball. Con Kneppel is bought in on basketball. Cooper Flagg, basketball. Dylan Harper, basketball. Okay? We can go on and on and on. Another name that I got to throw out there with before, we come back to the Celtics, Imani Bates. Okay? Imani Bates. Talented. But people forget he was supposed to be the Don Dada, and Chet Holmgren was, chopped liver. Everyone was talking about Imani. Nobody was giving Chet Holmgren no love. People forget that. when they was coming up through the ranks. Chet Holmgren, oh, he's too skinny, you know what I mean? All this subliminal stuff just because he doesn't fit your particular prototype. They had all kind of things to say about Chet Holmgren, NBA All-Star. But Imani Bates was the heir apparent. How's that worked out? Who was in the gym steady grinding, locked in, focused, being a professional before he was a professional? That was Chet Holmgren. All right, let's come back to the Lakers and the Celtics. Continue on. We're gonna go all these different places. All right, I'm not reversing my pick. Right, another. Okay, these cautionary tales. Right, and we're gonna talk about some other people in this category, and we're gonna get there quick. We're gonna finish the Celtics, then we're gonna come to this conversation about the stars of tomorrow. All right, folks. You can't skip steps. And the parents out there, the coaches out there, the prodigies that are 12, you know what I mean? We were paying 11 and 12 and 13-year-olds with this NIL, and they're professionals and all the rest of this stuff. Go ahead and watch the Book of Manning. Go get it. Go ahead and watch the Marinovich Project, 30 for 30 gold. Go get it. Go ahead and watch Unguarded, Chris Herron. Go get it. You don't skip steps. You know who didn't skip no damn steps? Over here, Peyton Pritchard or Rudy Rudiger. He wasn't skipping steps. Huh? He had to go through adversity. When you go from Marcus Smart to Derek White to Drew Holiday and his role continually flipping in the organization, he was upset. He didn't, he felt like he was being passed over. He was grumbling. He had to go through his grumble and deal with it. He had to deal with it and hang in there and keep trusting the process before he had his breakthrough year last year. And now he's out here shining bright. And of course, a lot of people didn't feel like he was going to make it to the NBA or should be in the NBA in the first place. You don't skip steps. So, you know what I mean? All of this, it doesn't help all right? We can throw another name out there. How about Lenny Cook? Go ahead and check out that documentary for my throwback people. By the way, it was a beautiful thing. The Knicks came back. I'm angry with the Knicks. I'm angry, but I'm happy for them. I'm happy because that was a big comeback win against it was big. But they don't have my, you know what I mean, because they let go of a true general. And but Alvarado was balling last night. I hope get that championship, New York. But I can't be there celebrating like I would otherwise be there. Shout out to CP the franchise. Shout out to Knicks Fan TV. We don't play a hate. We congratulate on SandCity. You know what this is. We respect all the great people that's doing tremendous things out there. Check out Knicks Fan TV. You won't be disappointed. Okay. But J.R. Smith, Tim Thomas was in the building. We talked about Tim Thomas. Better than Kobe coming out of high school. And what? Out of Newark, New Jersey. Kobe out of Lower Merion and PA. Tim Thomas, okay, New Ark. Tim Thomas, better than Kobe, pound for pound. Yes, I said what I said. He ain't have the Mamba mentality. Speaking of which, all the way back to Darren Peterson, who doesn't have the Mamba mentality. Okay? I said what I said, Markelle Fultz. If he's lucky, people question Rudy Gay. It's another guy, supremely talented, out of the DMV, right? Had a good NBA career, but people feel like if he had really locked in, he could have been the next Scottie Pippen. Good career, but not an overarching career. No, give me DeBanza, give me Boozer, give me Koa Pete, give me these other Lions that's out here doing what they need to do. And by the way, you know what I mean? And you talk about Mikey Williams or Imani Bates or whoever, you're not growing at 13, 14. I don't care how much NIL money you got. You need to go see Coach Hurley. You need to go see Coach Pingatore. You're not grown. And I've had to learn this the hard way because I get caught up in them. You know what I mean? I referee these games. I see all these boy wonder. Hey, go pick up them bags. Yes, you. Go get them bags. What? You a rookie? You 17? You carry the damn bags. Well, go. No, you're not skipping steps here. Now you take your transfer behind, take your NIL, and get out. That's what I said. That's what they need to hear because it's not helping them at all. At all. Well, and he has stop excusing it. I work in education. I know the kids need resources. I know, please, this draft class is ridiculous. these lions out there that's going to work every day and getting it done. And we want to talk about some Darren Peterson who ain't showing up to work. Stop it. He can Darren. You know what I mean? And frankly, he don't even have. You remember who was the 10th pick in that 99 draft after Dirk Miller, after Dirk Nowitzki? And by the way, Patino wanted Dirk. He wanted Dirk. He was like this Nowitzki. He want, but he got Paul Pierce. And Paul Pierce said, "Oh word, y'all doing me like this? Y'all sleeping on me like this? How about Caron Butler, also a 10th pick?" He said, "Oh word, that's how y'all want to treat me? Okay. We're gonna see what it is. Yeah, I hope he does slip in the draft. I hope he does. And I hope it lights a fire under his behind. It's the last we can talk about him load managing at 18 in meaningful games. Get out of here. Give me the rest of these Lions. That's showing up to work and hungry. Out here like he's the chosen, people talking crazy, comparing him to the Mamba. Outlandish. You better stop that foolishness, Jay Billis. I'm talking to you. Yes, you, Jay. Tremendous amount of respect for this man, Jay Billis, in terms of his contributions to basketball. College basketball, NBA basketball, period. One of our finest analysts. Okay. We parting company. I'm out. I want all those other ones before him. I'm out on him. I'm done. Yep. We come back to keep it. We're gonna keep it. I'm keeping this energy right now. Because point period, end of story, it's ridiculous. Okay. This man is not, give a little highlight and then go to the bench. Okay. Anybody can get a highlight in the first half right? Show me these highlights in money time. Down the stretch in the tournament game. This man get a couple little highlights when people are just breaking a sweat and thinks that that's something. Thinks that that's 1982 freshman from Carolina taking that shot, making that shot. Stop it. A lot of respect for Casey out of Stanford. Okay. They compared Jabari Parker to LeBron too. We're going to come back to that in a second, folks. We're going to get to that take very quickly. All right. Relative to the Celtics, they're winning. Brad, and they're saving money but I'm out. You traded Drew. I'm done with you. I don't believe this is a championship team without Drew. Period. If they make a run and I'm proven wrong, come back. But I'm not. I don't care your second apron and no. You find a way to keep that team together. You see the Knicks and by the way, we're talking about the second apron. Why do the Knicks just keep adding players on top of players on top of players? When I saw Alvarado, even though he changed the game, I was like, where's the heck's my man Tyler Kolek? Why is even Alvarado on the team? You got Tyler Kolek, you got Deuce. All right, let's get to that point. But okay, Celtics, we'll come back to them. Respect on the Celtics, and I'm happy people are you know what I mean? Heck is going on right now, folks. Hey, so hold on. Hey. Oh, Pritchard's about that life. I'm rocking with Pritchard. I'm Team Pritchard. He about that life. He's on it. He's on it. He's a gamer. All right. He got Kenny Smith 94, 95 vibes. Yes. That's who I'm comparing Pritchard to. He's a gamer. So, yeah. there's not the depth because you traded Drew, right? And obviously Tatum's hurt, so Tatum comes back, but still, Pritchard is not Drew. You lost Al. I mean, and it seems, they have other players, like these younger guys that are coming in. Right? The names escape me right now, but they have young lions that are, played in college. Forget the shooter's name. Okay, now this is bothering me, so I'm gonna get these names. Let's get these names of these Celtics. They're rotation players. JB out there giving them 29. Jordan Walsh, Luke Garza. Vucevic is a big pickup. Vucevic replacing Crispy P. That's huge. So essentially, they've replaced Crispy P with Vucevic. So that's a big pickup. And the team is just missing Drew. All right? But you've replaced Crispy. Again, I'm beside myself with the Drew, and I'm not leaving that take for anything. But yeah, Garza, Walsh. Obviously, Hauser's got the experience. Cater's ready for prime time. Right? They've drafted and developed. All the credit that Sam Presti gets about drafting and developing, Danny Ainge is wilding in Utah. But Brad Stevens is right there with him in terms of drafting and developing. No doubt about it. Okay? Yeah, he's solid. Right? So this is a team that, it's missing the X factor. It's missing Drew. And I'm going to keep saying this. Game don't travel in the playoffs. Game don't travel. So those are the guys that are going to light it up at home and on the road. You're on the road. You're going to have to. It's going to be the Stars. By the way, on the road against the Pacers, who was the one getting those steals to turn the game around? Championship year. Oh yeah, Drew Holiday. On the road against the Suns when he was with the Bucks, who was the one to get the steal against Devin Booker? Oh yeah, Drew Holiday. Right. So your role players are gonna give you the boost at home. Stars gotta be the ones on the road. Stars are the ones that are on the road gonna give you the boost. Appreciate Cape Cod Media Center tuning in. SandCity, I appreciate that. Got to get these episodes over to Media Center. This is where it all began. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Cape Cod Media Center put me in action, along with other friends who encouraged me to do this passion project of mine. All right? So, hey, it's a different team. It's, but the culture is strong. And the Celtics are balling out of control. Respect to them, credit to them. I don't have them in the championship conversation. No, not at all. All right, let's talk. We're gonna discuss, right? We're gonna talk about we got a young man, Mr. Peterson. Okay. That's the one image. I got to get another image. So I got the one image here. All right, we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here in our conversation, and then I got another graphic that we're gonna get to as well. Okay. So first, we're gonna show you. We're gonna go with what could have been. These are people that showed up to work, but it just didn't happen. Okay. Right. Well, all this Darren Peterson talk. Right. This is the what could have been graphic, and I have another one that as I said, let me just get it. Right when I thought you right when we okay. So we have another graphic. This is the first graphic, but we also are gonna get we're gonna do one more as well, most definitely. But this is what could have been, right? That what could have been. Got it? Boom. All right. We discussed Darko over here. It was he didn't deserve. It was frankly too much on him. It's not his fault. Joe Dumars picked him above Wade and Melo and Bosch. If he would have went mid first, he's a second round or even a second round, right? Could he have been right? Valanciunas, Marcin Gortat could have had a serviceable career if he didn't have all that pressure and things on him. Sam Bowie, of course, similar. Ahead of Jordan, never healthy. Really good college, right? He was solid in college, just couldn't stay healthy. Okay? Odin, health. Health and expectations. Had the 1 year at Ohio State, lights out, where he was mostly healthy. I believe they went to the Final Four. So he had don't act like there was no body of work. He balled out in college. Teammate Mike Conley, I believe his agent was Mike Conley's dad. He was there doing what he needed to do. And then just couldn't stay healthy and went to us, and then the pressure. Tragedy. Len Bias. Go ahead and check out Without Bias. Get yourself in the right mindset. It's hard to watch. It's a beautifully made documentary, 30 for 30 gold. Okay. What could have been with Len Bias. Cautionary tale, right? As much as there's the tragedy and the hurt, it's also, you got to be careful what you wish for because you might get it. Right? And back to what Uncle Shannon says, right? Money makes you more of what you already are. You get this money, and I just think about this, frankly, because we have our bills and we have our wants and our needs and all the rest of that stuff. Sometimes that money will get you quicker than any type of poverty that you're in. That money, right? It's be careful what you wish for, as one of the coworkers said, because you might get it, and then you got to be responsible for it. And and again, well, these millionaires, you're making excuses for them. No, it's just when you lose your edge, you lose your motivation, you lose you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how much you have. You're not trending in the right direction. Kwame Brown, expectations, pressure. Right? Anthony Bennett, Cleveland gifted another, right? They just kept gifting Cleveland number 1 picks to get LeBron back to Cleveland. But absolute disaster. Anthony Bennett, number 1 pick to Cleveland. Kyrie Irving, that worked out. Wiggins, that they traded to bring Kevin Love. So Jay Williams, Motorcycle accident. He was trending in the right direction. Okay, Royce White, again, just his wouldn't fly. I mean, you can't, it's just not happening in this business. And these guys a little bit before, Bill Walton's injuries, Laurie Martin, okay, a bit before my time, Chris Washburn, late 80s. Okay, NBA is still cleaning itself up. Reminds me of Michael Ray Richardson. Go check out Michael Ray Richardson, The Ship Be Sinking. And then Ralph Sampson made it to a finals. Right, this is the team that the 86 Celtics beat, with the Twin Towers. Houston, right? They had Sampson. They picked Olajuwon, playing the two towers together before finally just building it around Olajuwon. Okay? So these are folks that, showed up to work. These are folks that showed up to work, but then life happened and derailed them. Milicic, pressure. Kwame Brown, pressure. Anthony Bennett, pressure. Okay? You can throw Chris Washburn in here. Bad habits, bad ways. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, particularly our Giants, injuries. Okay, we could put Yao Ming in that category, even though Yao balled when he was out there, but injuries. Taking down these greats. Okay? But I look across the board here, folks. How many of these folks were not showing up to work when they were in college? Len Bias balling in the ACC. Greg Oden getting to the Final Four. Sam Bowie doing his thing with Kentucky, number of runs. Darko, international. Royce White back to Iowa State talking about making a run. Jay Will, natty in 1 year, and then Mr. Free Throws to go to win another natty. Anthony Bennett, UNLV, going to work. Kwame Brown out of Florida, balling out. Forget what Chris Washburn and Laurie Martin. Obviously, Bill Walton, arguably the greatest college player of all time. To me, that's Lou Alcindor. Okay, but playing for the late great Wizard of Westwood, John Wooden. Okay, Ralph Sampson at Virginia. Okay, were they not showing up to work? Did they sit out to protect their draft stock? All right, go ahead and get the receipts on that. We want to crown people. Go ahead and get the receipts on that if they were showing up to work. Or you know what I mean. I'm sorry, coach, I can't play today. I got to protect my draft stock. I'm gonna sit out today, coach, in order to protect my draft stock. Kidding me? All right. We wasn't load managing in the awesome 80s, folks. There was no load management. There was get up and go to work. Get up and go to work. You bum. What are we doing? Out here, folks, not working and being credited for working. You kidding me? Crediting people who don't work over hardworking people. Stop it. That's that. I'm from the great state of New Jersey, folks. We don't mince words. Go to work, you bum. Okay. Talking about people who, huh? Come here. Hey, Kenyon Martin missed out on his chance to win a natty, hurting himself before the tournament. Kenyon Martin was dominant at Cincinnati. If he doesn't get injured, that could have been Huggies. That could have been Huggies natty. That was the number one team in the country. They were knocking teams out. Okay. Shout out to Bob Huggins, man. Bob Huggins, no nonsense, man. Bob Huggins, he wanted that rough and tumble, man. He was looking for that. If you, yeah, I mean, I feel like you had to go to Fight Club to play for Huggy. That should be we need to research, if right. USA. You see USA closing ceremonies? USA. 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 Proud of the hockey teams getting them championships. It's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Bob Huggins. Okay? Now I see some people here that we can compare Mr. Darren Peterson to. Huh? Not Jabari out of Simeon. No, Jabari was hooping. He was hooping. The next LeBron, all of this talk, and no. Not the next LeBron, but certainly a hooper. Right? Anthony Bennett, athletic athlete, but too much too soon, no Mamba, all that stuff. Marvin Bagley the third. I was big on Marvin Bagley. I was ahead, I was of the, I thought Marvin, I was big. Bagley, this power forward of the future and out of AZ, but attitude. Okay. Again, Marvin Bagley and DeAndre Ayton drafted ahead of Jaren Jackson Jr., Trae Young, and of course, one Mr. Luka Doncic. He shined for the combine. He shined to get his contract, and then those same bad habits. Again, that it's just reinforcing the original point. Okay? Point taken, Chris. I won't do any of those takes. I can't put Darren Peterson in the same novel as Kobe, D. Wade, and Ant-Man. Okay? Not Kobe. So we already discussed no Mamba. You talking about Chi-Town, man. D. Wade out of Chi-Town in Marquette. Taking and by the way, D. Wade and Ant-Man played for the same coach, Crean. Tom Crean. Right? When D. Wade was in Marquette, did he say, Tom, I'm load managing right now? I'm not playing today. I got to protect my job. Or did he ball out in the NCAA tournament, and that's what catapulted him to the 5 pick? We didn't know who D. Wade was. D. Wade wasn't a household name before he shined super bright in the NCAA tournament, and then he put folks on notice. How can you shine bright if you're not on the court? I mean, what? And then Anthony Edwards had maturity questions coming out of high school and college, right? There's some maturity issues. But then he comes into the league. He finds his tribe. I think it's great for Anthony Edwards being with Clutch Sports. I think they've supported him really well from what I've seen. Anthony Edwards, he's had challenges in his life, right? Losing family members at a young age, okay? And he's taken those hardships and that adversity, and it's lit a fire for him to be, superstar in the game. Anthony Edwards has taken the challenges and adversity, and he's doubled down on the main thing. So I can see, right? If you're just going talent for talent, but I'm not putting him in the same novel as those 3 players because he ain't about that life. No, he's not. Right? Moutier gonna go overseas, come to the NBA. Greg Oden injuries. Cam Reddish. That's another person I can compare Darren Peterson to. Right? Cam Reddish, super talented. Remember, Coach K got the number 1 player, R.J. Barrett, or Zion Williamson, arguably, right? He got the number 2 player, right? Zion and R.J. was number 1 and number 2. They both took the talents to Duke. You know who also took his talents to Duke? Cam Reddish. Coach K got the number 1, number 2, number 3 players in that draft and combined them with Tyus Jones, right? They should have beat Michigan State and won the Natty. Here's another guy out of prolific that went to Kansas. Thoughts? Right? I was all in on Josh Jackson. Drafted him in that draft, Didn't work out. And then Lonzo, right? Got, his brother LaMelo is going through it right now, so I do have some commentary. Lonzo has gone back and forth and has kind of found his way back into the NBA. Right? Lonzo, to me, and too much too soon. Lonzo, Melo, Jello. I mean, they're young. They're, they got money, but I see them being disillusioned. It's That's the other move that I made in that draft. That was a big draft for me. I picked. Everybody was Lonzo. I drafted De'Aaron Fox in that draft. So I was proud. That was a good pick for me. I made some bad ones. I made some bad picks for sure, but that was right. I was team Fox, and that has played itself out. So Lonzo, good dude. Injuries. If he had been healthy, Chicago, what could have been? He was the point guard to go along with Levine and DeMar DeRozan. Wasn't healthy. Then you become disillusioned, and yeah. One of the things we said, you don't got to rush to get old. You don't got to rush to get old. And Jahlil Okafor, the league, he also got caught in the process, right? But this is a guy who was a scoring big, an undersized scoring big. Did bring a natty to Duke out of Chicago. But Jahlil Okafor, right? He had to do other things, and he just wasn't able to. Yeah, he could score. Big body guy that could score, but as the NBA went to 5 out, space and pace, he just kind of became obsolete. This is a guy that Jahlil Okafor had to, become a good defender, become a good rebounder, to do other things, right? We look at what type of a career Tyson Chandler had, right? What happened to Eddie Curry? What happened to Kwame Brown? Tyson Chandler had a long and successful career, okay, because he found his niche. I'm rebounding, I'm defending, okay? Setting screens, rim runs. I'm just going to have an elite player efficiency. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to be a worker. I came into the league as a number 2 pick, all-star, generational. No. I'm just going to find my niche and master it. Nick Collison, Kevin Love, same type of thing. Nick Collison, less so, even though I'm a big Nick Collison, Kirk Heinrich guy. Big fan of Kirk Heinrich, on my Bulls when they had leadership, that being Tom Thibodeau. But yeah, Kevin Love coming to the league, and he's up there. I think Kevin Love is the same class as Moutier, right? Right? And then Kevin Love says, you know what I mean? I gotta find what I do right. I gotta do what I do. So I'm rebounding and I'm making my shots. Mm-hmm. Like my man. Mm-hmm. Let my man Drew Pops. Original. Okay. So this is where Darren Peterson's headed for me. Yeah. Yeah. Can you say that? But he's. They said he's another. Can I? No. This is his company. Except all these guys, we got. Hold on. This man won a natty. He won a natty. Okay. Lonzo, UCLA, they made a run. Kansas, they made a run. He was overseas. Greg Oden, Final Four over here. Cam Reddish over here playing in the Elite Eight before Michigan State knocked them out. I'm still angry about that game. Okay, Jabari, right? They made a move. He was at UNLV. And Marvelous Marvin, he was at Duke. Okay, lost in the Elite Eight, I believe. So these guys all showed up to work and made moves in the tournament and in college. Not this stay home, poke your lip out. You know what I mean? You weren't nice to me nonsense. I'll let you know. Preferably during the summer. Send it out. We stand in 10 toes down on this. Okay. By the way, Josh Crow is a good player. Coming from out your way. So interested to see how he develops. Okay. I don't expect Josh Crow to be out here with this load management nonsense next year. And okay, I don't expect him to be on some foolishness. I expect him to be showing up for work. I'm out. Okay. So we got we got a this is polar opposites right now. You're talking about leading men, all-time greats. We'll stick with Ant-Man. I can't even say the other two names that you mentioned. With Darren, I'll say Ant-Man. All right. At Georgia, you know what I mean. And Anthony Edwards has surprised me. He surprised me. He's coming to the league, right? All right. Okay. All right. I'm confident in my take. Very much so. Okay. You guys are all talking to me and people, potential. Potential. Okay. You know who has a lot of potential, folks? DeAndre Ayton has a lot of potential. What did they say about him coming out of Arizona? We question his heart, his motor. What are they saying about DeAndre Ayton right now at the Lakers? We question his heart, his potential. Smoke for Zion? They should have been done traded. You want to talk about Zion? Let's get Zion up on the screen for you, folks. Okay. Zion Williamson is inconsistent. But when he plays, when the 50 games that he shows up, he somehow puts up numbers. I feel this wind coming in here on the Cape. We good, but the storm look like it's trying to touch down. But let's talk. Let's talk. Yeah, a lot of people. That's why he went ahead of Luka and Jaren and Trey. He's not bought all in on basketball, right? And when the going gets tough, DeAndre Ayton gets going. So let's talk a little bit about Zion. I don't see a comparison between Zion and Darren Peterson because Zion Williamson wanted to go back to Duke to win a championship. Williamson was busting out of his shoes while he was at Duke. The load management with Zion Williamson is relative to his health, which frankly, I mean, he's always been husky. So all of this load management with him, I don't know why they just let him play, and if he gets injured, he gets injured. That to me has to do with the Pelicans being dysfunctional. Why have they load managed him all these years only for him to continue to be fragile? Right? You know, this load management doesn't seem to correlate to any sustained. How long have they been load managing Joel Embiid? Is he healthy all of a sudden? So you say Zion load manages. I'm saying, what the heck is wrong with the Pelicans? All these years of he's been the same. You could have just let him play and get. If Zion Williamson was going to end up like Brandon Roy, then so be it. Play 6 years, have a degenerative condition, retire. He's played on and off for 6, 7 years, and we still are in the same place that we were when he came here from Duke. So what are you doing, New Orleans? You've been it's right. Same thing, Philadelphia. Trust the process. You load manage Joel Embiid since he's been load management for over a decade. It's junk science. Junk science. Junk. Let's get the imagery. Where is the turn in the road? Where is the, talk about and okay, Zion load. Yes, Zion load man, but Zion load manage because he's a NFL defensive end playing in the NBA. Zion Williamson is Ware, DeMarcus Ware, who happens to play power forward. Okay, so let's talk Zion, and then we'll this closing ceremony is opulent. Zion Williamson, U.S.A. All right, let's discuss. Okay, who's trading for Zion Williamson? Because to me, ship has sailed in New Orleans a long time ago. I think he finds himself in the same situation as his childhood teammate, Ja Morant. Okay, as in teams, they'll take a flyer, but they're going to give you Chi beans. You're not getting equal value. Right? And when Zion does play, interestingly enough, he seems to ball. Let's take a look at the stats. Like when I do see Zion out there, I'm always seeing him getting 25 points on, 9 of 11 shooting, or, his power brand of basketball. All right, Zion's played 42 games. He's averaging 21, 6 points, 21, essentially 22 points, 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists, a steal. Right? He's giving you 21 and 6. Shooting what? Shooting about 59% from the field, 72% from the line. All right. So, when he's out there, he's solid. He's just not out there consistently, and he is what he is, meaning he's not an all-star. He's not generational. He's a reliable player. So I think teams with Zion, it's like, he's obviously not going to get the max or near the max. But what do you do with him? He's a 20 and change player when he plays. Who wants that? You see New Orleans already, okay, we're going with the next iteration. Derek Queen, who is nowhere near as explosive, but has more of a traditional game, right? It's just wild to me that the Pelicans are going to have to give up potentially the number 1 pick for Derek Queen. All right, a number 1 pick that could be Devanza, Boozer, Pete, Ament, Peterson, whoever. Okay? So, like Joe Dumars paid a king's ransom. Okay? Paid a king's ransom for Queen. That's my only issue. I'm of the view, everyone's talking. I mean, give Cooper, give Canepo the love. Bryce Harper, give him, Dylan Harper, Bryce Harper. That's a baseball player. We're going to talk about baseball. Give all these guys the love they deserve. You understand? Appreciate the folks checking in across the board on the socials. Give these guys the love they deserve, but Derek Queen is like, this rookie class is loaded, and he's a part of it. So he's gonna ball out for them going forward. Let's take a look at the Pels real quick, because they're headed straight for the lottery. We know this. Okay, Trey Murphy. I'm a big Sadiq Bey guy. I like Sadiq Bey. Jordan Poole, I'm out on him. Not a huge fan. Jeremiah Fears, Young Lion. Derek Queen, Young Lion. Herb Jones. They traded away Alvarado. He was good. DeAndre Jordan there to work with the young bull. Jordan Hawkins of UConn fame. Okay, Jordan Hawkins, finding his way, finding his role. Okay. So they have their, they just got, Zion is just kind of stuck there. He doesn't fit. I'm not a huge Jordan Poole fan. I don't, So I think they got to move some pieces. I would get rid of Zion and get rid of Poole and build around Murphy, Queen, and Jeremiah Fears. And it's ridiculous because, they would get one of, they're slated to get one of these top picks that I believe is going to Atlanta. So that's crazy. So they're not going to get, I think they got, this Pelicans, get rid of Zion, get rid of Jordan Poole, right? I don't even know why they brought Jordan Poole in the first place. I'm not a Jordan Poole empty calorie stats. Doesn't play winning basketball, doesn't have a winning mentality. Okay? So agree to disagree on Mr. Peterson. Mr. Fultz. Mr. Suspect. Okay? Mr. Yeah, my man Chai he's in Tampa. Come and get some Celtics takes. Hold on. I gotta let him know. I gotta, you know what I mean? Hold on. Gotta send him the link. Let him know. Hold on, I guys gotta, you know what I mean, real quick. Let him know. Middling, right? I don't see him playing the full season to start with. He's sensitive in college. He's going to be sensitive next year in the league. Okay, so you'll see flashes from him here and there, and and then he'll sit out for a week, or they'll sit him out, right? I think that the grind of the season, and then what franchise is going to treat him with kid gloves? So the team that picks him is going to be putting, right, is going to be setting their sails on his future success. Okay. So it's a huge investment. But he's already shown me Kyrie Brooklyn vibes. Not the Kyrie in Dallas under Jason Kidd's capable leadership that took them to an NBA Finals when you got a bought-in Kyrie. The first time we saw a bought-in Kyrie since when he was playing for Kevin Boyle at St. Patrick's in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Not the new look Kyrie, but the Kyrie that burned through relationships and championship potential in Boston, burned through relationships and championship potential in Brooklyn, burned through relationships and championship potential in Cleveland. That Kyrie, all right? The chemistry killer Kyrie. Right? So you draft Peterson. Okay, all right, Darren, it's time to lock in. We need you to step up right now. He's already shown that he's sensitive. He don't like the pressure. You can't talk to me like that. You do you know who I am? Kyrie coming to Brooklyn with a capable coach, Kenny Atkinson, talking about we don't need a coach. What time of season? You draft him, and you're gonna have to be on eggshells with him because he's a sensitive dude. And that things need to be, you know what I mean? No, you know what I mean? No, I can't I'm not leaving my trailer. I'm not leaving my trailer until everybody, you know what I mean? No, he didn't smile at me. Get him off the set. He's already playing these foolish Hollywood games with you, folks. So when everything is going well, he'll play well. When he's held accountable, he's either going to sit out or not play well. He has a middling year. Right? There's folks out there that think he's going to flip the switch and all of a sudden come into the league, locked in, something to prove, chip on his shoulder, hungry, motivated, i.e. like a young, early on Ja Morant. Okay, so if that's his mentality, I'm not of that mindset. I don't think it's going to be his mentality. then he could get into the conversation and see if he can keep pace with the many other talented players that's out there. I say flashes and inconsistency. Give me DeBanza, give me Boozer for Rookie of the Year. Okay? You know? Oh, well, Aaron Peterson, top pick, you know? And like, what is Ace Bailey doing right now? It's a good comp. I think it'll mirror what we're seeing from Ace in Utah. Right. Okay, so the big question, or not about big, but so let's take a look. Let's take a look because it's in a book. I have it. Yes, indeed. All right, Chris, to your point. Look, this winter, there's no other way to say it. It's been wild. All right, so right now, the fingers are crossed, folks. The fingers are crossed. 10:20. We've got light snow. It hasn't started to snow, and the wind is just starting to pick up. Like I'm hearing that wind outside starting to, you know what I mean? But we're good for now. So SandCity, we're doing this as long as we can do it. It's been like the calm before the storm most of today. Okay? For the Cape, they're saying anywhere from 18 to 24, a foot to 12 to 24 is what they're saying. And then we are in the coastal flooding. Obviously, we're a peninsula. So there's a flood watch in effect through Monday into Tuesday. All right. I mean, if you got people on the East Coast, what's crazy is that, you know, it's been like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks where the snow has finally started to melt. Right. So it's snow and it's wind, blizzard conditions. Hopefully this power stays on. I was out there today. I got to kick myself a little bit. There was a run at there was a run at the gas station. I went to my go-to gas station. Shout out to Garrett's. Open late, open till 1. They about ran out of gas. Couldn't get no gas at Garrett's. Had to go down the road, over on West Main. Got in there, got some gas. Okay. Come back. All right. Had to go back out, double check. And yeah, so the gas stations were packed. Went to the hardware store, got an extra flashlight, some lights and whatnot. And we'll see. It hasn't, and I'll check, but when this episode went live, the snow hadn't begun yet. but this wind, we're starting to see this wind come in. So it looks like that's going to be the two things. We'll see. We might get the 2 feet of snow and the wind. But it hasn't touched down yet here. Clearly, we have another month left of winter, so it is what it is. It's disconcerting that we had 2.5 weeks where, because this, the last time we got hit, and we keep getting hit on the weekends, this Sunday to Monday, which for folks like me that work in education, that's all right. We get a snow day, so you kind of smile. I know people don't want to be in school in June and all the rest of that stuff. Hey, when the sun is shining, easy to get up, easy to get out. So, I don't want to be in school going into July either. But those days versus, snow, cold, dark, I'm much more amenable in the warmer environs. Right. But this is the third, fourth time of this type of situation. Just red alert over the weekend, Sunday to Monday. And it's looking, like, it's gonna get something, a foot or more. And then the wind, hopefully these power lines can stay up, and then we dig ourselves out and go from there. I was talking, one of the guys in the fantasy league said that it's supposed to snow again on Thursday, Friday. So let me go ahead and check that. Excuse me. Yep. So right now it's 36 degrees. So clearly, it's going to be sleet, looking like sleet, which that's concerning for me because, when you get that's when these branches start to, these trees, right? When it's that wet stuff, that's what happened. We lost power the last go round. It's because it rained early and then we got snow and those branches just couldn't hold up. Branches went down on the power lines, messed up the grid. So it's 10:26. We got an 86% chance of precipitation from 11 through 5 o'clock. It dips down at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So about over a 60% chance of rain and snow in the next half an hour through tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday, they're saying some midday snow. Thursday night into Friday, Thursday into Friday, more snow and rain. So this is what it's been. It's been and hey, winter, because frankly, we haven't had winter in 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Okay, so this, you're supposed to get You're supposed to get snow in the winter. It's part of the game. It's just we had that little hiatus. So I was like, snow is. I mean, it's obviously brick cold. It's cold, so gotta deal with that. But nice when you can get out, walk the dog, and move around. All those other types of things. So it looked like we're gonna have a little setback on that. A little bit of a setback on that. And we'll go from there. Let me just see. I know. But you got to credit people, man. Even though I'm more for the warmer environs. I saw this in the Globe. People's out here getting it, man. I don't know what the record is or that, but people are taking advantage. Having the right attitude, the right spirit about it. So might be another opportunity to get another one of these ginormous snowmen, because we got it, all day tomorrow. So tonight into tomorrow. So my district is out. The local Cape districts are out. There's kind of a feeling it's going to be a Monday, Tuesday thing. And it's a little bit, because obviously, everybody, you get the cabin fever. Everybody, you don't want to be stuck in the house. But it's going to be snowing all day tomorrow into to tomorrow evening. I know it'll still be light. It'll be light at 5 o'clock, but it's going to take you an hour. Got to clean your car off, start your car, and then you got to clear your driveway out. And the truck's got to come through. So, if it snows throughout the day tomorrow, it's going to be difficult to, so it might be a Tuesday thing where you can finally get out, clear stuff off, and try to get back to it. Again, hopefully this power stays on, keep this power on, because that's when you're just sitting around and you get a little, you know what I mean? So hoping the power stays on, but yeah, I mean, we got this another month of winter, and yeah, it's a doozy. All right, folks. So we're gonna shift gears. Speaking of winter, we're gonna talk about the Winter Olympics. We're gonna start with the women's. The women's hockey team Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get this art up on the screen. Bold, dynamic, capable, and talented. Interesting, interesting. All right, shout out to that snowman. Shout out to people making the most of winter. Respect, salute. Yes, indeed. Hold on, I need another. Let's go. We got our next topic. We in the winter. We dealing with winter, so let's highlight those. So congratulations to the women, U.S. women's hockey team, delivering the gold medal, bringing the gold back home to the States. Yeah, in years past, there have been, and I believe, they're medal winning athletes that have played, that have been right here from the Cape. Um, a woman in Falmouth competed on the national team and believe. Okay, hold on. Got Drew Pops. Okay, hold on. Let me send hold on. So Drew Pops might be mm-hmm. So let's Drew Pops, who's an originator. Okay, let's come on over here. We'll see if he can, because Drew Pops, we talking Celtics. He has a wealth of knowledge on the Celtics and Boston sports in common in general. So we'll see if Drew Pops can jump on with us. But hey, the women delivering this gold medal. And let me check on, because I no shame in the game. Okay, not sure where they were ranked in the tournament. Were they the favorites? Okay, victorious over the Canadian team. Let's see this full schedule right here. A 2-1 battle. Okay. They got Sweden 5-0. They put it on Italy 6-0. And they beat Canada in the preliminaries 5-0. So they went from 5-0 to a 2-1 battle. with the Canadians, and we know they not sleeping on hockey. Okay, so let's boop boop. Come here, boop boop. There we go. Connecticut in the building. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. The tri-state. What? Like to hear it? Okay. So, yeah, the women were dominant. Matt Boldy with the initial goal in the game against Canada. To go ahead and set the table. That I'm thrilled. Obviously, women, the men, USA all the way. That's the main thing and the bottom line. Just to note, last year in the America's Championship, USA and Canada was right at Boston Garden, a big game, and in that game, team we lost to Canada. So that was a tough L last year, and so I'm thrilled that we got the big one in the Olympics after losing. I believe that was an overtime loss, overtime game, an unfortunate loss as well. But yeah, you remember, the Americas. So he took the L last year, came back victorious. 2 outstanding games. Listen, folks. I mean, I am not an aficionado of the winter sports. I don't know if I've ever been skiing. I can barely ice skate. Right? Even though obviously I'm in New England, so there's no reason why I can't learn to ice skate better and roller skate and do all these other things. Just get the hang of it and enjoy it. And it's sort of like ice skating, roller skating. It's one of these things like you can't not. What I learned skating, roller skating, ice skating is that you can't lose concentration. Like you see people that are on that just it's like they're walking, but it's just so natural. But when I've been on the ice, and I feel like I'm skating and I got the hang of it, and then I lose concentration for like 1 second, boom, like down. Like if you hesitate, lose your like you are going down. And that ice is hard. I was out, you know what I mean? Like these guys, they got their pads on and everything else on. No, I was just jacket, regular pants, hard. So, take it easy. Don't get crazy out there on the ice. Stretch yourself out. Don't, you know what I mean? It's not a joke. It's not a game. That's what really was impressed upon me. And then a deep respect for those that, do play these ice sports, and you know what I mean? Yeah, it's how do I want to say this? There's just a grittiness and a respect, right? That people are going to make the best of whatever circumstance. So I just find there's just great imagination in the Winter Olympics and all these sports that you wouldn't really think about, that are serious sports from people that live in, these cooler environments. Like this is what they do. I was watching the cross country skiing, These dudes are out here 50, they running for 2 hours and change. These guys are, it's crazy. I'm looking at them like these dudes, they look kind of cold. They've been outside for 2 hours, man. Yes, they're cold. They're tired. It's wild. Essentially running a marathon on skis. Marathon plus, whatever the case may be. So credit. And this kind of, it's like, we obviously have the NHL, but makes me interested in, like women's professional hockey. Where that takes place. I would imagine they have leagues in Europe. Don't seem to have a professional league in the United States. But certainly the best of the best here, and stayed strong and got the victory. All right. So credit to the women. Hold on. I didn't ask. That's not what I asked, woman. I'm going to get the gentleman. Messing with me. No. Let's see if we can get the right art. Okay, still the same file. Still the same, okay. I gotta come back. All right, bit of technical difficulty. We're gonna work around this, get this, because we got a lot more to discuss, folks. We got a lot more. We haven't even touched the surface. No, that's not the art that I need. I need the art that I need. So I found my art, and now we just have to get it right. You know what I mean? Once you find you just got to go ahead and make sure you get it right, which we're doing here. Apologies in advance. As we get our imagery right to discuss and celebrate the U.S. men's team. On their victory. Let's move this in just a bit. We got it. Can move this down just a bit. We got it. And we're ready to rock and roll. How's folks doing? Okay, everybody's good. Across the board. Let's just check. Appreciate you. We here. SandCity Sports is in the building. Yes, sir. SandCity Sports. We in the building. The Twitter is good. We don't do the X. We doing Twitter. We don't do the X. We doing Twitter. Let's go. Live video. Yes, sir. I appreciate people commentary. We got hockey players in the building. Appreciate you checking in, Buster. I see you. Means a lot. Facebook is still good. Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. We're good. We're just USA. We're in a celebratory mood right now. Okay, we're recognizing the women in terms of their championship, defeating Canada 2-1, and respect, well deserved. Come home, celebrate you. All right, and now we're gonna get the men up onto the screen in their victory, an overtime victory, also 2-1 against the Canadians. And we're gonna discuss, man. We are going to discuss. Let's go. What's going on, Chris? We got a question. USA. USA. I done sent the link out to folks. Everybody. I know we got a storm going here, but people that want to jump in, come on and jump in. SandCity, we're in the building. Bye for the fans. No end in sight. Let's go. Hey. Now I got to check, man. Was the team USA men, were they the favorites? I don't know. I don't know if they were the favorites, because the world hate. Okay, so hold on. Put it on Slovakia 6-2 in the semis. 2-1 victory over Sweden in the quarters. 5-1 over Germany in the prelim. I need the full schedule over here. I need the full schedule. Okay. So Canada silver, Finland coming in with the bronze. USA, Slovakia 6-2. So they was handling business in the semis. Canada 3-2 over Finland. Quarterfinals, Finland and Switzerland 3-2. Canada and Czechia 4-3. Slovakia over Germany 6-2. So our quarterfinals was battles across the board. Okay, Canada wins by 1, Finland by 1, USA by 1. Let's go to our qualifiers. Okay, Germany over France, Switzerland over Italia. Head over to the prelims. All right, so this looked like I did see Crosby going out. So they didn't have, hey. Yeah, I saw him. So Sid the Kid wasn't there. It's a big hit. I wonder, because Crosby's no spring chicken anymore. Is he still their best player? I would imagine they have some young lions as well, beyond Crosby, coming up through the ranks. If he's not the best player, I would imagine he's a leader on the team, right? Or certainly want to have him out there, need to have him out there. So yeah, that's tough. You know what I mean? You can't prove a negative, right? Obviously, he helped them. But I'm looking at this game, and it's, Team USA was in the driver's seat with that first goal, and then it goes into overtime. It's anybody's ball game. So to the victor goes the spoils. Right? We can, if they had this, I mentioned, was Crosby, was he the one doing all the damage for Canada? Doesn't appear that way because they forced it in overtime without him. That's not to say he wasn't their best overall player or definitely a leader, somebody to rally the troops, kind of so on and forth. But that is notable. Let me just come over here and get things in order. No Crosby. That makes a big difference, no doubt about it. Nothing. It's not taking away anything from Team USA and what it was at the end of the day. So, right. This is big time to sweep both sports. Right? In a sport where the United States is not the overwhelming favorite. It's different than basketball. Let's see here. All righty. Pop says, let him know. Let him know the link may go through. I'm not the tech guy here, but I'll let him know what I think. This is Drew Pops here, early supporter of the show. He knows what it is. Drew Pops in the building. So he's and I realize people are busy, certainly, Chris in here, bringing the heat, bringing the energy. Right? It's me, Casa Sukasa. Folks, you tune in, jump on, whatever the case may be. SandCity, we going for it either way. We doing this. It's getting done. Okay. And certainly appreciate very much the support, the encouragement, and folks, you know what I mean? We're here. SandCity's here. You know what I mean? You come through when time allows. But big time for the U.S.A. team. And the gold is here for the next 4 years. It's here to stay. That's huge. Hockey, in my mind, still thriving here in the States. Obviously in New England. Love the NHL. Nothing like hockey, and particularly playoff hockey. Sudden death. The hockey for me is wild in that the regular season and postseason are two different journeys. It's nothing for an 8 seed to get hot and make it to the Stanley Cup, right? So you could be riding high during the regular season, and then playoff time, you just don't know. So it's a great game. Not a huge fan of the fighting, but I'm not also one of these people that's going to say from the outside how a sport should conduct itself, right? Not being ingrained in that culture, right? So that's twofold for me. I think hockey's had fighting; they still have fighting. It amazes me that these guys can punch each other in the face with their fists, shake hands, and then go out to dinner. That is wild. It's also speaks to um, honorable manhood. That's how I feel about it. That you could duke it out with somebody, shake hands, it's over, we move on, right? There's something profound about that. Okay, not, oh, you bumped me, I'm gonna catch you in the parking lot and involve and things escalate and get out of control over what? Two people in a confined space who were bound to run into each other, happen to run into each other, and now it has to escalate into like actual serious violence. That's stupid. I say again, stupid. I get it. Competition, you know what I mean? Hey, we gotta, hey, we got huff them, you know what I mean? You don't want anything serious. A hockey player, I mean, don't, you know what I mean? We need you to keep your teeth in your mouth. Honestly. We don't need your dental bills going through the roof. Keep your teeth in your mouth. Okay. We don't need extra concussions. We certainly know how serious they are. But the whole spirit of us, hey, you talking, what's going on? And we gotta, we have to have our moment to straighten some things out. And then once it's over, it's over. You don't punch nobody when they're down, no cheap shots. We're not trying to injure anybody necessarily. And then, hey, good battle. You got it. Hey, you won this one. I won that one. It's over. We good? We're good. Done. That is powerful. That's powerful. Period. End of story. Now, along with that, as far as hockey is concerned, let's be clear. If people are going to give the benefit of the doubt to hockey, then folks need to give the benefit of the doubt. Okay, right? When there's a fight in the NBA, I saw Scottie Pippen Jr. getting into it the other day, and right. Also recognize those guys are human as well, and hold on to your preconceived notions, your stereotypes, or whatever the case may be. Okay, so I think that's how that works out. It's a part of hockey. It works for hockey. Keep it as far as I'm concerned. But keep that same energy when other sports have a little bit of boiling over and players, right? It's a passionate game. It's an emotional game. Okay? As long as we keep it within reasonable limits, right? People are human. They made, a decision, it got heated, and we move on. We're done. Okay? Let's keep that same energy across the board. All right, so credit, shout out, salute, U.S. men's hockey, U.S. women's hockey. Big time stuff, bringing home the gold medal. We're not done with the Winter Olympics. We got to talk about Alyssa Liu making it do what it do. We're going to get Alyssa Liu up on the screen next. Yeah, there's only one Alyssa. You know what it is. Got to talk about Alyssa Liu making it do what it do. Let's get Alyssa on to the screen. USA, 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 USA. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alyssa Liu capturing the gold medal figure skating competition. And, along with, hey, just proud and, patriotic moment. This, how can you have a comeback at 20 years old? Right? You're going to have a comeback at 20 years old. To win national championship at age 13, right? Up and coming in the sport at 14, 15, 16, 17. And then to kind of get into those pivotal adolescent, late teen years, 17, 18, 19, and say, something, I'm stepping away. I'm retiring. She retired before she was 20. Retired before she was 20. And, took a step back, right? And she had to do the soul searching. Had to do the soul searching. What we might call a vision quest, right? Vision quest in Native American culture, where you go out there and you find yourself. And then came back with that greater appreciation, greater knowledge of self, and essentially picked up where she left off, to go ahead and get that gold medal. So, on both those fronts, obviously the, athletic success, doing it for herself, doing it for her country, being the best at what you do. But then honestly, equally for, from the standpoint of the personal success, right? And she is in a good place, on a good path, and not a situation where all of the attention, all of the pressure, all of the money, all of the, these things take on a life of their own. And, we see from the outside looking in, smiles and prominence and all the rest of that stuff, but the individual themselves, is struggling, is hurting, is searching, is sad, is human. But none of those things factor in when all of the eggs are in the athletic or professional basket, right? So we continue to see this time and again, these, let's take a look here. Dang. They're saying 24 plus for the mainland Goodness gracious. Wind gust 40 to 50 miles an hour. Let's keep this power on, folks. Keep this power on, please. All right. Just get that update as we do in the Winter Olympics. The mainland, as we like to say, and the bridge, they saying 2 feet, man. They're saying 2 feet on the mainland. Here on the coast, it's this wind, but we getting a foot plus is what they're saying. So, SandCity Sports, bye for the fans. We locked in right now. And the snow might have come in. I am, we're doing a show, so I can't obviously see out there, but it's the wind is coming. But for now, it's moderate. That's for now. But back to Alyssa Lou, making it do what it do. That's, it's a beautiful thing. I gotta say, I'm equally proud that she's in a good place herself. And it makes sense. And it's connected to who she is and what she wants to do and where she wants to go. And she can use her platform for good, for positive initiatives, all that stuff. Right? Because the story is familiar, folks. Of athletes either having problems or athletes going broke or both. Okay? They're human. You say hey, that guy, he's a jag. He's just a guy. Just a guy. Joe Schmo. That's cool. Benefits and detriments. I may not have but I can go where I need to go. I don't have to worry. I go to the convenience store. I get my coffee. How you doing? And I'm just, I don't have to worry about people always, I saw somebody, their shoelace was untied. And can you believe it? How can that person, no, I can just be myself. Whereas, if you're famous, if you're somebody, then you're a somebody. Let's check 1111. Go ahead and play that number. So that's why, and I'm standing on that. It's 2 equivalent journeys that are steep journeys to come to that knowledge of self, that knowledge of purpose and place. Right? That's a lifelong thing. And it's not, obviously, you don't have it figured out when you're 20 or when you're 30, 40, 50, right? You're always learning and growing. But you have, with many people, you have a work-life balance. Things are balanced. Might not have everything that you want, but you have everything that you need, and you can appreciate it. All right. And on the other side, getting to the top, best in the world. Things Bill Parcells said. One of the things, Big Bill, the big tuna, Bill Parcells. And you achieve certain things, they can't take it away from you. It doesn't encapsulate all that you are, but they got to put respect on your name whether they want to or not, because you've achieved something distinctive. Okay? And it is hard, and it's supposed to be hard. Shout out to Jimmy Dugan. League of Their Own. Shout out to Penny Marshall. We are the members of the All-American League. We come from cities near and far. We got Canadians, Irish ones, and Swedes. We're all for one. We're one for all. All American. Shout out to the League of Their Own. Right? Beautiful thing. Shout out to Title IX, man. Giving the girls, ladies, females, women opportunity to go out there and shine bright. Okay? Tremendous. And so, Alyssa Lou, congrats, cheers, proud, and continue on your journey. Your journey of self-knowledge, and growth, and your athletic journey as one of, and currently the best figure skater on the planet. Forward march. As we say here, Chris says, salute to Alyssa Lou. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful thing. All right, folks. No end in sight. We done checked in. But everybody out there is good. Go across the socials. Everybody is good. You know what I mean? SandCity, we in the building. We doing this thing, man. We in the building. We doing this. I appreciate the folk on IG that checked in. SandCity, the YouTube is going on. And then, so we're locked in right now, folks. Beautiful thing. Okay. Weather is on the way. It'll get here as it gets here. Okay. I had it. Hold on. Okay, I know where we're going next. Let me just double check. I know where we're going next. We're going to come back. We're going to loop. We're going to dovetail around. But it's February going into March. It's February. It's going into March. So we're gonna discuss Major League Baseball because we have some storm clouds brewing. We got some storm clouds brewing. And we got to get our arms around this because this is and I it's not here yet, but it's on the horizon. And it's serious. Very serious. All right. So there's storm clouds, about a lockout or a strike in Major League Baseball. As their contract comes up, and the union, the strongest union in professional sports, baseball's union, and the ownership group, they come together. They say, okay, what's the new CBA going to look like? Okay, there is talk. You have these new owners coming in. Obviously they want their money. But they weren't talking about, baseball needs a salary cap. Baseball never had a salary cap. has the strongest union in professional sports. I don't see the players lining up for a salary cap. But that critical issue for me is not central to this conversation. Baseball is profitable. It has been profitable. Going forward, there's no indication that it will not continue to be profitable. My main issue with this situation, divergent viewpoints, notable tension. Which, by the way, you get what you negotiate, folks. You get what you negotiate. So, since when are business dealings supposed to be jovial and amicable? No, this is business. This is dollars and cents. All right, so nobody giving away nothing at all. Right, so it's gonna be zero sum, and at times hostile and antagonistic. That's the part that's negotiating. No, I'm not right, and you it's like a good card player. You waiting for the other person to blink. You have your timelines and all of that. But the issue, the central, overarching, is it pivotal? Because for me is baseball is in a moment right now where the game has reset itself. We have a game now built for the 21st century. And it took baseball so long. The pitch clock speeding these games up. Continual, perpetual action. Not one pitch. Wait. Think. Consider. Step on the mound. Step off the mound. Look. Talk. Right? SandCity, we 2 hours and 20 minutes deep into this episode. I realize, people, you have lives. I appreciate my check-ins here on SandCity, but you got to go do what you got to do. It's understandable. Try to make the show as interesting, engaging, innovative as possible. I do my best. But folks are checking in, they're checking out, they're doing a lot. The multitasking is just pro forma in today's society. So it's taking baseball a long minute to adjust and put some practical things in place, like the pitch clock, to keep the action flowing. And the returns have been overwhelmingly positive. I don't agree with the pizza boxes for bases. I don't agree with outlawing the shift. I don't agree with starting a man on second in the 10th inning. I think it should be the 11th inning. I don't have a problem starting a man on second. Make it the 11th inning. Give us one more inning of actual baseball. But by and large, the changes have worked. The game is better. People are tuning in more. And now we have something that's going to take it to a whole nother level with the automated ball strike system. Yes. The automated ball strike system, long overdue in baseball, is another game changer. We don't need managers storming out of the dugout to scream on umpires who already made a bad call now are being put on blast, who are in defensive mode, who will make another bad call, throwing out an angry manager who has a right to be furious because you blew a call, which in and of itself can swing a game. You only get 27 of them, folks. Those missed called third strikes they're huge. You got the call wrong. You took away a run, a runner, whatever. And there's no remedy until now. The automated ball strike system. No, it's not robots, umpires. It is a challenge in baseball. With this whole AI revolution, we can discuss here on SandCity. You've seen it. I'm seeing it. Robots out here. We in the Terminator times right now. How it's going to impact the economy, how it's going to impact day-to-day life, the whole 9 yards. We don't need robot umpires. Robots can do a lot of things. Starting of which, go ahead and get all that plastic out of the ocean. Talking about robots, how they're taking over things right now, and how we're not going to need people to do jobs. We got plenty of jobs for robots. Take care of the plastic in the ocean. Okay? You want to clean up some of these streets. Let's give robots some jobs that we can use. They don't need to be taking jobs from people. We can deploy them for, there's plenty of things that we can clean up a lot of stuff that the robots can do. Now, human beings being who they are, we see a lot of these robots out here in Terminator mode. Okay? Already weaponizing them, militarizing them, and the whole 9 yards. Okay? Rather than putting a broom in their hand and having them clean some stuff up. All right? That would actually benefit society. Let's come back to baseball and the automated ball strike system and this impending labor feud, or it's not a labor feud, it's contractual feud. All right, because you got capital, the players, you got capital, the owners, and you got labor, the players, and we got it, labor and capital, baby. Okay, line up, hut, let's get it. Everybody on the line, 11 on one side, 11 on the other, and we battling. As the Mac man would say, we thumping. The late great Bernie Mac. Shout out to Maybe You'll Never Cry Again. Check it out on Audible. Bernie Mac's book. Automated ball strike system, game changer. And it's on the horizon this season. People are going to love it. I'm saying that. Because what folks want, what we want to get it right. We will wait an extra minute or two. Reasonable. Tell us, let's get it right. Challenge the call. Where was it? If the ump is right, he's right. Good, you're out. Go sit down. If he's wrong, he's wrong. Take your base and get it right. I referee. You know what I mean? It's not about me. It's not about the guys in zebra suits or behind it. It's about the game. Get it right. That's what you paid for. You paid very well. You know, if you make a mistake, I made a mistake. Human. Now, you can't make too many, or we got to get somebody better. Okay, we got to get somebody better, and there's people out there that can get it right. But these things combined, automated ball strike system, pitch clock, increased interest, viewership, participation. Owners, I know you're locked in. Players, I know you're locked in. There's a greater good here. You both need to be locked in on. A strike resets this positive momentum, right? 2 steps forward, 3 steps backwards. We back to square one. No. This is different than 95. And by the way, we remember what happened after 95 if we want to take ourselves back to the present. You want to talk to me about Barry Bonds. You want to talk to me about Roger Clemens. You want to talk to me about Sammy Sosa. You want to talk to me about Mark McGwire. I'm not hearing none of that because that's not the foundation. 95 is the foundation. and the strike that did real damage to the national pastime at a point in time when baseball was already scratching and clawing to keep its place. Football already lapping baseball. Basketball on the come up. Hockey right there. So baseball is already, all these sports gaining in popularity and significance, and we're holding on to yesteryear. 95 strike comes around, it knocked them back that much further. So then you get the steroid era, and you turn your back on competitive balance and competitive integrity. Okay? And then you add insult to injury. The strike is the insult, the steroid era, the injury that you have to now deal with. Don't put yourself in that situation. You can't put yourself in that situation because you're not going to have another steroid era because right, people aren't going to have it. The pitch clock and the automated ball strike system have modernized, will modernize baseball. The pitch clock has already begun it. The automated ball strike system will be another power punch to make the game more interesting, make it more excitable, make it more interesting, make it more exciting. Excitable, I don't even know. I'm going to quote my grammar on that. All right, we got high school sports, the playoffs coming up. Quick aside, it's going to be knocked back by the blizzard, but we'll get to it soon enough. All right? So I know, this football's over and people, no. We got some serious things. Baseball has got to have this negotiation. Go ahead in there, duke it out. Yell, scream, accuse, all that. It's going to be a battle. But there can't be a work stoppage. It can't be when the game has leveled up and it is placing itself back in the conversation on solid footing with the other major sports in America. Okay. Right. It's on solid footing now. Baseball can go back to being on the outskirts, the periphery. Okay. You got football and basketball, hockey. Hockey's a little bit smaller, but still. Okay. Baseball wants to be up there in that Fantastic Four and really strident. Football is king. There's no doubt about that. But baseball and basketball are duking it out for that second, that second placement. Okay, obviously I'm inclined to basketball. Like baseball, couldn't hit the curve. So, come on, baseball. It's been 30 years. Let's not go down that same road. Right? You can have the ferocious, uproarious battle, okay, but then come back and at the end of the day do what's right for the game. Right? Both things can be true. I'm pulling for baseball to go ahead and get it right. Okay, folks. SandCity, we locked in. Snow day episode, Sunday night. I realize it's getting late. It's an extension of the weekend. It's an interesting extension because, people got things to do. You got things to do. I got things to do. And we are We are awaiting the weather. Let's just go across. Closing ceremonies was good. See, Pat Riley got his suit, got his statue. All right. Okay, so we're gonna loop back around. Everybody out there is doing well. We're gonna loop back around to the NBA. All right. Pistons clear cut in the East. Celtics next. All right. OKC and San Antonio raced out in the West. All right. Then we got the teams. West is tough. 3 through 7. 3 games. 3 games between them. And let's get the NBA conversation queued up. Let me just come over here. All right. Want to talk about those that I see doing it the right way. And those that can maybe use a little bit of help. All right, folks. No. No, that's not the image. Come on now. Let's go ahead over here. Come here. Yes, sir. All right, as we come down the home stretch here, I want to talk about those that's doing what they're supposed to be doing, in my view, obviously, and those that could use maybe a little encouragement. Right? Those that can use some encouragement. I think that's the way that we need to frame this. All right, so the West remains wild as we. All right, but the Houston Rockets, right there in the mix. Okay, for the championship. Okay, they gave away the game to the Knicks. It is a team get hot home. It happens. But this team, pound for pound, as talented as any in the league. Okay, with Van Fleet being out, Reed Shepard steps right in. This is the point guard of the future. And he's gone about it, to me, the right way. Wasn't given the starting job or, he's going into a team that has a culture with the man back there, and Ime Udoka. And last year put the West on notice. That was supposed to be a rebuilding. We'll see where we're at. And the Rockets were a top team. Okay. Went up against a veteran team who, outfoxed them and Golden State Warriors in the playoffs. But, they were built for the journey. Okay, fast forward this year, you add Kevin Durant. Now we're talking about, and then the young Lions. Reed is one of them. Amen Thompson's another one. Jabari Smith is another one. Now you got Sengun is another one. That's what? What are we talking about? Reed. Amen. Jabari. They had Jalen Green. That's 4. Sengun, 5. You had 5 ascending players under 25. Reed, Jalen, Amen, Jabari, Sengun. You got your starting 5 for the future right there. Okay, didn't work out. Jalen Green wasn't consistent or available against Golden State. He's got to go to Phoenix. We bring KD in. Even better. Right? Team's loaded. To the point where you're talking about having to bring Reed off the bench. I got Sengun. I got Jabari. I got KD. I got Amen. I got Van Fleet. Reed, who's a starting point guard in this league, now has to come off the bench. Okay, Van Fleet gets hurt. You don't want anybody to have injuries, so on and forth. But that opens up a spot for Reed, and he can come out here and play ball. Point of fact is, how has he handled this adversity and this challenge? This is a guy who he could be doing what Con Kneppel is doing. He could be doing what Cooper Flagg is doing. If you gave Reed more usage and more opportunities to just go out and cook, he can cook. But he's playing on a team with all these chefs. KD's got to eat. Jabari's got to eat. Sengun's got to eat. Amen's got to eat. And you can get some bites and nibbles in the midst. The point of fact is he's handled it like a pro. And that's not to be understated. All right. So when we're talking about these boy wonders, these up and coming, stars to be, do they have the willingness to dig down when things aren't their way? Do they have the tenacity to take a no and possibly a heck and hell no? And say, you know what? I'm going to work harder and show you. All right. I'm not going to, create dysfunction or a controversy. No, I'm going to show you. Right? Tom Brady, well done is better than well said. All right, so when we're looking at the Western Conference, OKC still in the catbird seat. Spurs, we talked about them. All right, they got the 2. They got 4 all-stars. Yes, I said what I said. Wemby, no doubt about it. De'Aaron, no doubt about it. Castle, all-star in waiting. Dylan Harper, all-star in waiting. And they got pieces around them. They got depth. So, they're young, but they're ferocious. Denver, shout out to Mike Malone. Didn't agree with that. Still saying that. Okay, but they're loaded as well. You got Murray. You have Cam Johnson. You have Aaron Gordon. Obviously, you have the Joker. You got the workers around them, Christian Bronze and Bruce Brown and Valanciunas. So they're loaded. Championship DNA going nowhere. Rockets loaded, going nowhere. Lakers, I got to give JJ Redick a lot of credit for this team still being out of the play-in with all the dysfunction, disharmony. Okay, I've said it. The Lakers, if you had LeBron bought in like Chef was bought in, they'd be right here in this top mix. I brought in LeBron, I brought in Luka with the pieces around them. Austin Reeves can go. Kenneth can go. Ayton is Ayton, but he's a player. Vanderbilt, lockdown defender. Gabe Vincent, Marcus Smart. The Lakers have talent and they have structure. They got worker bees. They got superstars. They're just not, they want to be in their feelings and about whose team, my team, your team versus that wasn't KD. That wasn't Steph Curry's attitude. He was like, I'm about winning. Okay, so this is how we're going to play with Durant. This is how we're going to play. It's fine. We're still going to win. When Durant goes, I can cook some more. I can still cook. And we're going to win, and we're going to win again. Okay, Lakers don't have that, unfortunately, but they're still out of the play-in, which is crazy. Timberwolves, right? They've been to the Western Conference Finals last couple of years. Last year Oklahoma City was better. The year before, I thought they could have got Dallas, but we'll see. And I'm happy for Phoenix. Tough hit with Dylan Brooks going out. Didn't expect them to be anywhere near. I thought, but making it work with Jalen Green and Booker, who do a lot of the same things, but are able to, So when you're wrong, you're wrong. When you're right, you're right. Okay, Golden State and the Portland are, Golden State is what they, they are what they are. They're just hanging around. Golden State is a poor man's version of the Miami Heat. They happen not to play in the Eastern Conference, so you're not gonna go from the play-in to the finals in the West. They might make some things interesting, but no. Portland, I respect how they've righted the ship after the Chauncey controversy. Excuse me. But they're learning to fly. A lot of young guys, Clinnigan, Shaden Sharp, others. Drew Holiday's there for leadership. Dame's there for leadership. So, learning to fly. Clippers, it's about next year for them. Blew it up. And they're building for the future. Bottom feeders, Memphis can't decide what to do on Ja. Dallas is getting what they deserve for trading Luka. Utah's continuing to tank. We'll see if the NBA, ridiculous them being this bad for this long. Pelicans are awful. They're giving up their pick, so awful for no reason. And the Kings should have never got rid of Mike Brown in the first place. We knew that. That was known from the start. Just like the Knicks should have never got rid of Tibbs. And now you get what you get. All right. So we look here, young man, adversity. But he's built for it. Right? That's the one example. Now let's take a look at another example. Right? Come on. Let's take a look at another example. Shout out to Reed. The Rockets. We shall see. West is anybody's A. Okay, how do we respond? Right? How do we respond to adversity, to the challenges along the way? Right? So LaMelo, notably in an accident recently in Charlotte, near the stadium, driving recklessly, swerved, hit another car. Um, and that's that accident still being investigated. He hasn't been suspended. He hasn't been disciplined, anything of that nature. But it is not the first time he's had issues, motor vehicle issues that have involved law enforcement. And so it's a recurring theme, right, off the court. On the court, Hornets are playing better, right? Let's see where they are. They're actually in the play-in. Got a 3-game lead over the Bucks in the win column for the play-in, which is huge. 7-3 in their last 10 games. Right? So let's dive a little bit deeper into that. All right, and LaMelo, he's 19-7. Played the majority of the games. But they're running and gunning. Brandon Miller, Canepo, Miles Bridges, all averaging 18 plus. Colin Sexton averaging 14. Charles Lee has these guys running and gunning, playing winning basketball. All right, so I can dig it. And he went nowhere at the trade deadline. Even though there's murmurs and rumblings about, his next destination. Where is LaMelo Ball's career going? Where is LaMelo Ball the person? Right? We had this discussion. Okay, talking about Alyssa Liu. Right? The two journeys. Equally perilous. The primary journey to find oneself and one's place in the world, one's purpose in life, right? Hard for everybody, as it should be. Okay. And then the professional journey, right, to the success. And LaMelo, top 3 pick, right? So he's someone who people feel can lead a franchise to success, the playoffs, the conference finals, a championship. Having Charles Lee there the last 2 years has turned things around. Charles Lee is missed here in the Commonwealth. Assistant coach on the 2024 championship team. Before that, an assistant coach on Coach Bud's staff. All right, after Brad Stevens neglected to give Joe Mazzulla the support that he needed in 2023, after the MA debacle. All right, and so Joe Mazzulla was left out to dry. Next year, Charles Lee is added. Sam Cassell is added. Emil Jefferson is added. Jeff Van Gundy is added as a special consultant. You have, right, the beginning of a dynasty before that was broken up and Drew Holiday was traded. Okay? Right. Jeff Van Gundy headhunted by the Clippers. Charles Lee takes over in Charlotte. Right? And Brad Stevens has to now again build up the Celtics coaching staff. Not as familiar with the new coaches, but they're on their job if the Celtics are the number 2 seed without Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday. So he's got leadership in Charlotte. Stable, understanding, innovative leadership. Right. And yet the incidents continue to happen even while the team is in the process of turning itself around. I'm hopeful for LaMelo that he can lock in on this movement with the Hornets of progress. Huge for them to be in the play-in and out of the basement. And playing in those excellent elimination play-in games to get a chance to get into the playoffs. That's huge. That's a big deal for them to be in that game, those games, if they win their first round game, right? That's huge. And he can be a part of a significant improvement. Winning a play-in game, right, to get to that opportunity to get into the playoffs. Well, Charlotte hasn't been since who knows? I feel like it's been since Muggsy Bogues and Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning. As we approach midnight here in the Commonwealth, as well as the third hour of the program, as they say on the McAfee Show. How do stars, LaMelo, number 3 overall pick, Reed Shepard, number 3 overall pick, right? Or stars to be respond to no? How do they respond to no? I don't think LaMelo has handled it as well as he could have. But giving folks the benefit of the doubt, he's still right. He's had some issues, but he's a part of this turnaround that's going on in Charlotte. Can he be more a part of it? Can he, be more consistent and reliable? All right, or is this change movement going to happen in Charlotte with LaMelo a part of it, but on the outskirts, to the point where at the end of this season, whether they make the playoffs or not, Hornets say, we're turning this thing around, and LaMelo is not a central part of that. He's around it, but he's not a part of it. Okay. Do we still need him to just be around? Or can we part company and bring somebody in who may be less talented, but is going to be more together with what we're doing? I'd like to see LaMelo lock in with the Hornets, be a part of this new movement of them making the playoffs, playing in April and May. Serious basketball, not empty calorie stat basketball. All right? And having a solid, dare I say, all-star level career. All right, but he's got to respond to the adversity and double down on basketball, not on blaming others or society or whoever. Okay? Double down on basketball and say, take some accountability. Connect that with your, shout out to Midnight, February 20, 23rd, we in the building. Right? So, we went out west, we going over to the east. This has been on my mind. Obviously, LaMelo is trending, based on the accident in broad daylight. And pulling for the young man to respond, in a positive and productive way that takes personal accountability. And hey, I'd like to see the Charlotte go ahead and get into that, right? Get into that 7-8 seed, man. Get into that 7 seed. Right? When you get into the 7 seed, you can lose a game and still make the playoffs. Go ahead and get it. As far as I'm concerned, let's go across, check the socials. I appreciate those. That's locked in with us, SandCity Sports, Snow Day. Bye for the fans. We doing it. Let's go. Let's go. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna shift gears. We're gonna shift gears here, SandCity. How y'all doing? Y'all good? Is everyone good? We 3 hours in the SandCity. By the fans, for the fans. The Snow Day. We making it happen. Okay, it's out there. Willis is out there. I got to get Willis moving and grooving. We're gonna because the wind. I know we might have some snow coming in, but the wind it's gonna be here. But right now we good. We good on the wind. All right, wind. Hey, I need your boy need power. I got the flashlights. Light it ready. We on deck with the flashlights. But let's keep this power going on. Let's keep it warm in here. Let's keep the lights on. Come on now. That's what we're hoping for. But we're going to shift gears, SandCity, because every day is a day of the week. Every day is a day of the week, SandCity. So this is right. So we're gonna acknowledge every day is a day of the week. So we're gonna sanctified Sundays. We're gonna do sanctified Sundays. All right. I know people, you have your different faith traditions. I understand that. Sanctified Sundays, it's about being grateful, gratitude, thankfulness, appreciation, respect, and love. Okay, that's what Sanctified Sunday is about. It's not about how do we say? Okay, judge not lest you be judged first. You know what I mean? So if you right are wanting to do positive and show me, don't tell me, show me. Okay, so that's what this is about. Not about being better than anybody or above anybody, or you know what I mean. But this is me extending whatever gratitude, appreciation, and thanks that I can to you. So Sanctified Sunday, shout out, you know what I mean? We're gonna make it do what it do. Um, and then we're gonna get into David Goggins Mondays. Um, David Goggins Mondays. We did Herbie Derby the last time. I know we got to lift up some other greats as well. I think we're gonna stop right there. We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave the rest. Tyler Durden Tuesdays, Herbie Derby Wednesdays, Goodwill Hunting Thursdays, and forget about it Fridays. We'll get to those the next episode. So we're gonna do Sanctified Sundays and You Can't Hurt Me Mondays now in our slice of life. Right? So every day we have a, you know what I mean? So right? So we bring the energy. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. 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 Hey! Screen is loading. Let's go. Screen is loading up. Let's get it. Hold up. Let's get it. We're going to share it. We're going to. Hey. And my graphic here on Sanctified Sundays is having an issue. We're going to come back. Let's see if let's see if we can bring it over here. Let's see if we can bring it over to this slide deck and we can get the graphic on Sanctified Sundays. You have it here. I need to share. I need a full screen. Here we go. We brought it over. Let's go. Right? Aspire not to have more, but to be more. There it is. Okay? St. Oscar Romero. And that's for me. That's right. I always want more. I need more. I've noticed that I'm a little bit, can be a little bit greedy personally. Right? I want to Do this, do that, do the third. And as soon as I don't get my way, as soon as I don't have something that right when I think I deserve it, catch an attitude. Can't believe this. They sleeping on me, man. Can't believe this. Do they know who I am? Do they know who I am? I catch an attitude, man. And I don't think about or consider how many things that I do have. I look at the one thing I don't have. I look at the one thing I don't have that I want rather than the 9 things that I do have that I need. That's just me. Get a little greedy, get a little selfish. I get in my feelings. This person, they're not giving me my respect. They don't appreciate, and I get in my feelings. Not thinking about the 9 great people that I have in my life. The 9 true friends that will go to bat for me that I have. Think about the one person that's on the fence or might be on the other side of the fence. I focus on them and not the 9 good ones. Crazy. That's crazy. Right? You don't have to have A, B, C, X, Y, Z if you are the official item. Let other people have the goods. Let them have it. Good for them. Using goods in it. You know what I mean? Let. I don't need all that stuff. I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm doing it well, right? Understand? You don't always have to have more if you are more. I think that's really relevant to modern society, American society, whatever. All right. I know we discussed this on Tyler Durden Tuesdays, right? The things you own end up owning you. It's facts for me. Okay. It is the Lent season for those that are celebrating. I'm giving this up. I'm giving that up. Giving it that, I don't need that. I need to fill that space, okay, with thankfulness, with gratitude. Okay. Prayer, fasting, however you might experience Lent if you celebrate. But this is one for me on a Sanctified Sundays. Okay. Not to have more, aspire to be more. We don't always need all the extra stuff. Okay. If we in and of ourselves can hold it down. Shout out to Saint Oscar Ramiro. Appreciate you. Sanctified Sundays. Let's go. All right. So we're gonna switch over. I know we're Sunday, but we didn't get to it the last time. So we're gonna switch over. We're gonna switch over. David Goggins Mondays. Let's go. Hey. 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 Let's get this. Just get my imagery connected. See my hey. Just a quick hold. Hey. 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 Why is my screen doing this? Why the screen doing this? Why my screen playing games? This is not a game. We ain't on no games. We ain't on no games. Hey. Hey. And we run that back. Run it back. I know it's a David Goggins. We're doing David Goggins Mondays. But this is what connected with me. I know this is not David Goggins, but the theme is the same. Hey. Hey. What the heck? There it is. Let's go. This is not David Goggins, clearly. Not David Goggins. I have a quote from David Goggins, but this is obviously Jim Carrey. And we've noted this is something, right, connected to the last point that was made. Okay. Right? You get rich, you get famous, do everything that you ever dreamed of. Okay. You're still human. Still human. At the end of the day, that's coming from somebody that's been there. Okay? You still have to go through the same human processes and find yourself, find your purpose. Right? Right. Come from a faith tradition, find God. Okay. Still have to do these things. And this connected for me, things David Goggins, you got to win the morning, win the day. I've gone over that before. We will get David Goggins on the screen. I can't talk about the man and not have him on the screen. It is David Goggins. It is Monday, frankly, technically. It is a Monday. So we can recognize David Goggins Monday, but before we get him on the screen, as we kind of wrap it up, right? It's good to have nice things and accoutrements. That's not what this is about. Nothing, no slight to wealth or privilege, opportunity, all those things. Okay, but they're means to an end. They're not an end in and of themselves. Shout out to Jim Carrey. Appreciate that quote that we have that is connected to. Thanks, Jim. Very versatile gentleman right there for sure. All right. And now we get the man of the hour onto the screen. It's not a David Goggins Monday. I'm sorry. How can I not even know my own days on my show? How can I not even know my own days on my own show, man? It's a You Can't Hurt Me Monday. Where's the music at? What am I doing here? Sanctified Sundays. You Can't Hurt Me Mondays. Tyler Durden Tuesdays. Herbie Derby Wednesdays. My grandfather. We lifting up our greats on Herbie Derby Wednesdays. All of our greats. Yes. Yes. Goodwill Hunting Thursdays. Forget about it Fridays. We don't have Saturday yet. And then we come back. Started again with Sanctified Sundays. How do I not know my own days of the week for my own doggone show? That's crazy. So on a You Can't Hurt Me Monday, and it is a Monday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There you go. There you go. There you go. You Can't Hurt Me Mondays. Okay? Do it broke. Do it tired. Do it alone. Just get it done. Get it done. You're hurting? Hey, acknowledge the hurt. Don't suppress it. Acknowledge what's bothering you. Okay? But then dig deep. Get it done. Yes. You can do it. You Can't Hurt Me Monday. Shout out to David Goggins. Okay? I'm still working on that win the morning, win the day. You can tell your boy's a night owl. I'm up late. But hey, but you got to turn that corner. Get up and get it done. What? We're not done yet. All right? You're tired? You're alone? You're frustrated? That's the time to do it. That's the time to get up and get it done. Go for that run. Get those push-ups in. Check in with your people, right? In the midst of the struggle, that's when you want to dig deep to stand strong. Because again, right? That's what people can't take from you. Back to Bill Parcells and the Big Tuna. They can't take it from you. They can't. So, you know what I'm saying? That's another thing, right? The naysayers can't take your struggle from you. They can't. And when you come up while they're busy trying to kick it when you're down, or talking subliminals when you're down, okay, but you still staying true and grinding, right? When you come back out of the struggle, stronger, more determined, more resolve, more focus, you ain't got nothing to say. All right. And they can't take the struggle that you've been through from you. You can't take it. It's yours. Right? Wise man told me, if you want something done right, do it yourself. Do it yourself. As troublesome as it may be, when you get it done, they can't take you. You got no claim to this. You wasn't nowhere to be found when I was going through my go-through. You got no claim to this. Right? All you're looking to do is cast shade on what I done built up, which you've been doing all along. Keep up that same energy. Keep the same energy. All right? It means nothing. We're going to continue to build on this side. We're going to continue to build on this side. You continue to be on the sidelines talking. Scurry. Go back to the sidelines. Okay? This man right here, trying to be more of that ilk. We staying in the arena. We're going to stay in the arena and keep building. David Goggins Monday. Let's go. All right, we're going to... By the way, shout out to The Wire. Season 4, Amsterdam. All right, I know this is My Life Extra. DJ Technics. We support. That's that greatness right there. That's that Wire. Season 4, Amsterdam. Season 3, excuse me. Season 4 is the schools. Season 3 is City Hall. Right? David Simon. Greatness. The Wire. Season 1, West Baltimore. Season 2, my favorite season, The Ports. Season 3, City Hall. Season 4, the schools. Season 5, the papers. Okay? All the pieces matter. All the pieces matter. Shout out to The Wire. Shout out to way down in the hole, Jamel Hill, Van Latham. Gold. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, folks. We've been doing what we've been doing. We know that it's a snow night. It's a later night. And people we got to get up and shovel the snow tomorrow. Appreciate those that checked in across the board. Let's get ready for Slice of Life to land this plane. Hope everybody is doing pretty good. Really good. Somewhat good. So we're going to get into our Slice of Life to land the plane. All right. And let's go from there. Our Slice of Life. SandCity. Home stretch. Let's go. Yeah, so we started Lakers, Celtics. There goes that man. And he has something to say. Let's see it again. Bigger defender. Austin, come get this. Ha ha. Ha ha. Come. Ha! Ah! I practiced this. We gotta see that one more time. Smaller defender. Huh? Okay. Ha ha. Ah! Ah! And he gave him something in the stands. Go get him, Peyton. Go out there and get it. And not just because he's got the Cape connections. You know what I mean? We proud to see him do it, and you know what I mean. Keep it forward march, my boy, forward march. Okay, we've been talking about
With college basketball plagued by NIL and amateur status controversy, and the NBA plagued by tanking and load management controversy, this Darren Peterson situation in Kansas basically has all of the problems in the basketball world rolled up into one story. If you're not familiar with Darren Peterson, he is a dynamite freshman from Kansas University, one of the best basketball players in the country, and expected to be an NBA lottery pick. But the problem is not Darren's talent. It's about how many games and minutes he's missed this season. And as a wise man once said, the best ability is availability. So far this season, Darren has had a lot of injuries, but it seems like in recent games, he's been limiting his own minutes, and this came to a head this week after he scored 23 points in just 18 minutes, and after sinking a big three, turned to Coach Bill Self and said, "Get me out of this game." Naturally, a lot of fans and college basketball analysts hate this. There's nothing worse in sports than wasted talent, and when you have a guy as talented as Darren, fans hate the fact that he's not giving full effort, and he doesn't seem to give a shit, and he takes himself out of these games. Now, the speculation around the country is that Darren Peterson knows he's going to the NBA, and he wants to protect his draft stock. Doesn't want to get injured. He doesn't want to put too many miles on this engine. He doesn't want to get overexposed. The vibe is basically Darren Peterson saying, "I don't even want to go to college. You forced me to come here for a year, so I'm really not going to give you my all because I'm focused on what's next." And you know, for a second I thought to myself, I kind of think it's bullshit that you have to go to college. I think if someone's ready for the NBA, they should be able to go. You shouldn't be able to force them and hold them back. I was thinking, maybe I would do that too. Maybe I would protect myself and worry about the millions I'm going to make and the professional career I'm going to have. But then I remembered NIL. And I realized Darren Peterson is already getting paid millions of dollars to play basketball at Kansas University. Some NIL estimates put his value at $3.8 million. Now, that's not what he was paid, although it is believed that he's been paid anywhere between $1.6 and $2 million. If you're getting paid a couple $1 million to play basketball at Kansas University, you better get on the floor for more than 18 minutes, pal. If this was the old school NCAA where they were taking advantage of money-making athletes saying, well, you get a free education out of this, I could understand where Darren Peterson's coming from. But at this point, he's basically a multi-million-dollar contracted professional athlete, just happens to play at Kansas University. Get your ass on the floor. Oh, and by the way, whatever value you think you're getting out of limiting your minutes or protecting yourself from injury, you are losing tremendously in your basketball reputation as someone who doesn't like to compete. If you're sick of all this non-competitive nonsense from the basketball world and you want to see some real competition, check out SailGP, the most exciting race on water. Follow them right now on Instagram at SailGP USA for more footage like this of boats going 100 kilometers per hour. And be sure to check them out on Saturday, February 28th on CBS at 1 p.m. Eastern time for the big championship race. That's SailGP, racing speed, no brakes. With college basketball.
Racing speed, no brakes. I got to check that out. It's a good plug. So, y'all know where I'm at. Mr. Markel Peterson over here. And then just some added layers. Why go to Kansas if you don't want to play? Why didn't you just go to Kansas is clearly competing for a national championship. Why would you go there if you don't want to play? Why would you wouldn't, right? Go to he could have went anywhere he wanted. He's from California, right? Go to a team that's going to pay you a lot of money, and you can just come in, score 30, and sit down. Right? That doesn't. You went to a blue blood, a leading program. You could have went to San Diego State where Kawhi went. Not that they would, love, but San Diego State has no reputation. And you going there and pulling this, they're not going to push back as much because they're just happy you're there. Kansas. Right, home of Andrew Wiggins, home of Joel Embiid, home of Danny. You're not the first, nor will you be the last star that walks through those doors. All right, let's keep it going. Slice of life. Handling adversity. Let's talk about story I'm familiar with. Danny Hurley before he is the Danny Hurley that you know. Struggles.
I felt like a failure. My only identity was as a basketball player. I was getting to the point where I was going to do harm to myself, to the point where I was going to isolate myself from the world and just continue to drudge through my career and continue to spiral.
I wanted to remind Dan that there are things bigger than basketball, and it's hard in the moment, and we were kind of programmed to maybe not necessarily look at it like that, but just wanted to tell him that, I loved him and that he should, if he feels he needed time to step away from the game, that's like the brave thing to do.
Bob understood, because Bob was the only other person that had the same life experience and could relate to what we went through as kids in terms of that relationship to basketball. I felt like a loser. I felt like a failure. My only identity was as a basketball player.
He left the program at Seton Hall in the middle of the season and went back to Jersey City.
That drive home the first time and really being in a dark place and really questioning how much value you bring to the world and how much of it is worth it for you to continue to go on. You have no area of your life that is positive at this point.
Bob was the Hall of Fame basketball coach at St. Anthony's High School in Jersey City, where both Bobby and Danny had played.
I've been away from this basketball team for, I don't know, like maybe a month or so, with between leaving and the pneumonia. And in this period of time, here comes Danny now out of the shadows, and he's now going to practices. Danny steps in, and now he's helping to run practice. Really stepped into the role of being like a, associate head coach, if not head coach.
He left the program at Seton Hall in the middle of the season and went back to Jersey City.
Which was my first time since I walked away from the basketball, actually touching a basketball, getting around the team again, that was like chicken soup for my basketball soul or what have you, right there, just getting back. Because my dad needed me to go be around the team.
In the fall of 1994, 9 months after leaving Seton Hall, Hurley returned to the Pirates. Over the next 2 seasons, he'd start all but 3 games. Then, after graduating in 1996, Hurley found his calling, not as a player, but doing what his father did.
I think this is right in my wheelhouse. My greatest gift right now is coaching 18, 19, 20-year-olds, which was my first time, since I walked away from the basketball, actually touching a basketball, getting around the team again. That was like chicken soup for my basketball soul or what have you, right there, just getting back. Because my dad needed me to go be around the team.
In the fall of 1994, 9 months after leaving Seton Hall, Hurley returned to the Pirates. Over the next 2 seasons, he'd start all but 3 games. Then, after graduating in 1996, Hurley found his calling, not as a player, but doing what his father did.
I think this is right in my wheelhouse. My greatest gift right now is coaching 18, 19, 20-year-olds, which was my first time.
Right? Okay, so this is before the 2-time defending national champion. By the way, they took Florida down to the wire last year. Could have been looking at a three-peat. Being born in the great state of New Jersey, it's no secret, very proud of the St. Anthony's tradition and what they represent. Find The Miracle of St. Anthony's if you haven't read it. I got it at Borders. People might not remember what Borders is because it went out of business for like $2. I read the paperback. It was just Woj, another one of his signature contributions to culture and sports. It's amazing. But yeah, Danny struggled. Bobby Jr. was a natural. NCAA all-time leader in assists, cooked John Stockton in the dream team, and Bobby would have been like John Stockton, Bobby Jr., if he hadn't gotten in a car accident, somebody hadn't hit him. But, they both found their place in coaching, right? And they worked their way up. Weren't always these multi-million-dollar head coaches. And so we talk about the struggle that you go through and then the pinnacle that you reach. The struggle you go through, the pinnacle that you reach. So Danny can tell you about both. Right? And you need both, in my view. All right. And shout out to the Huskies. The Miracle of St. Anthony's. All right.
NBA player you've probably never heard of runs a real estate empire with $500 million in assets. His name is Pat Connaughton, and his story is very interesting. When Pat was 17 years old, he turned down a chance to play for the New York Yankees because he didn't want to put all of his eggs in one basket. So instead, he went to Notre Dame and played baseball and basketball. After his junior year, he was drafted by the Baltimore Orioles and actually pitched 6 games for their single-A team that summer. But he told the Orioles he wanted to return to school to play his senior year of basketball. Not only did they allow it, but they let him keep his $400,000 signing bonus. And this is where his real estate journey begins. See, Pat's dad, Len, had spent decades as a developer in Boston. So instead of blowing his signing bonus, his dad told him to buy a house near Notre Dame. They renovated it and flipped it. The profit wasn't life-changing, but the education was. And Pat was hooked on real estate. A year later, he was drafted in the NBA and landed with the Portland Trail Blazers. While most rookies were buying cars, Pat was buying properties and even looping his teammates into deals. Then in 2018, after signing a major NBA contract with the Milwaukee Bucks, Pat and his father officially launched Three Leaf Partners, a full-scale real estate development firm. Fast forward to today, their pipeline spans large residential and mixed-use projects with a total development value estimated north of $500 million, including a 9-figure project in Milwaukee alone. And he did that all while being an active NBA player for the Charlotte Hornets. At this pace, he could build a multi-billion-dollar real estate portfolio when it's all said and done, and he's only made $53 million in the NBA today. A current NBA player you've probably never heard of runs a real estate empire with $500 million in assets. His name is Pat Connaughton, and his story is very interesting. When Pat was 17 years old, he turned down a chance to play for the New York Yankees because he didn't want to put all of his eggs in one basket. So instead, he went to Notre Dame and played baseball and basketball.
You were watching
After
this
his
twice.
junior year, he was drafted by the Baltimore Orioles.
Shout out to Pat Connaughton, Danvers, Massachusetts.
That summer. But he told the Orioles he wanted to return to school to play his senior year of
Local
basketball.
guy,
Not only did they
Massachusetts
allow
guy.
it, but they let him keep his $400,000 signing bonus. And this is where his real estate journey begins. See, Pat's dad, Len, had spent decades as a developer in
St.
Boston.
John's,
So instead of
Danvers,
blowing his
Mass.
signing bonus, his dad told him to buy a house near Notre Dame. They renovated it and flipped it. The profit wasn't life-changing, but the education was. And Pat was hooked on real estate. A year later, he was drafted in the NBA and landed with the Portland Trailblazers. While most rookies were buying cars, Pat was buying properties and even looping his teammates into deals. Then in 2018, after signing a major NBA
That's
contract with the
Karate,
Milwaukee Bucks,
Middlesex
Pat and his
Magic
father
director.
officially launched Three Leaf Partners, a full-scale real estate development firm. Fast forward to today, their pipeline spans large residential and mixed-use projects with a total development value estimated north of $500 million, including a 9-figure project in Milwaukee alone. And he did that all while being an active NBA player for the Charlotte Hornets. At this pace, he could build a multi-billion-dollar real estate portfolio when it's all said and done, and he's only made $53 million in the NBA today. A current NBA
Oh, boy. Gotta tell you. So, hey, just the education right there in and of itself. This whole theme that we've had about struggles and triumphs. You know, this is a grinder in the NBA, right? So his total salary is Jaylen Brown's current salary, or Jason Tatum's current salary for this year. That's right. That's his total salary that he's made. But how has he been using his monies? Okay. And in what perspective has he had? You know, that's why he's still in the league, and right. He's a great baseball player. He's still a current basketball player. He's an NBA champion basketball player. I'm glad that he's with the Charles Lee and the Hornets, adding to that winning culture. But he's not poking his lip out because he doesn't make what Miles Bridges makes or what Brandon Miller makes or what Con Canepa will make or what LaMelo Ball. That's not how he's looking at it. That's how other players most certainly do look at it. That's not how he's looking at it. How can I take what I have and turn it into something? I'm not worried about what the next man's pocket's looking like. I'm over here doing what I'm doing. Shout out to Pat Connaughton. Shout out to Middlesex Magic, local program. He comes back very gracious and generous when he's around, and so love to see these type of things. All right, let's take 2 more looks at the process in our slice of life.
A time where you got your bragging rights on the playground. These kids have no interest in playing on the playground. Like, they have no interest in going outside and being the best in their neighborhood first. You got guys who very trash and timid. Don't play no basketball on the street, but they on the AAU team. You got a jersey on. And it's like, boy, what the hell you doing? Like, how is your mom even paying for this? Like realistically. So I think that from the bottom kind of dilutes the product. And you got so many teams now. Back then, we didn't have that many teams. Like, it's 1,000 teams in the Houston area. So I also think that, yes, it hurt the development because it's not the top guys playing AAU no more. It's just everybody can play. And so many different guys in it for the wrong reason. You don't get real coaches in AAU. It's not a lot of real coaches in AAU.
Right.
So they're not teaching plays. They teaching full court press, full court trap, jump on them, and you beating a team by 40, and y'all happy for holding up trophies. We come from a time where you got your bragging rights on the playground. These kids have no interest in playing on the playground. Like, they have no interest in going outside and being the best in their neighborhood first. You got guys who are very trash and timid. Don't play no basketball on the street, but they on the AAU team. You got a jersey on. And it's like, boy, what the hell you doing? Like, how is your mom even paying for this? Like,
the proliferation, right? Just and again, in the quarter, and it's been some years now, but everyone was not, what you want to call AAU, Amateur Athletic Union, grassroots. All right. And I know it's time's moving on, so this is 30 years ago, but 2000, that was for the elite. The teams were in predominantly the metro areas, and there was one or two in that metro area, that city. You just saw Pat Connaughton. He played for Middlesex Magic. They were a grassroots program. And then you had BABC, which was the dominant program, Leo Papillo. And you had another program, Buddies. Which had, but so it's twofold. The majority of players didn't get an opportunity, but the players that you ended up seeing, were those high major Division I players. Now, to his point, if you want to just call it quote unquote AAU, just these tournaments, these mega tournaments, where it's pay to play, you can, if you pay the fee, you're in. Whether there's coaches there or not, that's another thing that people need to understand what the live period is in youth sports. The live period is when coaches can be there. Everything else is preparation for the live period. There's certain windows when the actual coach can see the actual player. The rest of the tournaments, there may be a coach there. So many different tournaments, I wouldn't bank on it. It's not that you shouldn't play in those tournaments, but they are purely developmental. There is no recruitment taking place most of the time outside of the live period. I don't know if people know that or care to know that. So, you want to have a tournament, you want to make some money, have a tournament, make money, hand out the trophies, take the pictures. Okay, what you did was hopefully you got better as a basketball player. Now, the things that he's talking about in these tournaments, again, you don't know. Hopefully you have officials that are going to officiate the game correctly. Hopefully, you don't know. So that you can have an actual game, a competitive game, right? And then, develop these skills. I mean, if you're, like he says, if you have a team, hopefully the kids on the team are the age they're supposed to be. That's another thing. We don't know, hopefully, right? But you have a team that's older than another team that's just going to press them and beat them by 50. Okay, you can have, celebrate and carry on and all the rest of that stuff. Frankly, that butt whipping is more helpful for a player and a team than they realize to get beaten down, because that's what he was talking about in terms of being out in the playground. It's going to push you to get better when you take those butt kickings. Who cares if you didn't win the tournament championship? All right? Did you get a chance to get out there and play? You're on a team that has 10 guys, 8 guys. It's tough to play more than that in a game. Okay? You get a chance to play. You take your lumps. You get some good possessions in there, and you build that to get better. Okay? All of the pros at 10, 11, and 12. You can live in that world if you want. but it's a much longer journey. No yawning on SandCity Sports. Okay, so I just feel the landscape has changed. I'm not of the mindset to say that it's completely useless or, it doesn't factor in. I just feel you need to understand the levels, right? The players like this gentleman who seems to have gone to college and played at a high level, right? He would be on the sneaker circuit, right? He'd be on the sneaker circuit, which is, Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. I believe Puma has one. Those are really the three. Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour have the three predominant circuits. And those are not for everybody, and they're not even pay to play. You because those circuits are hunting future pros. So, you're not, if you're a 6th, 7th grader, you're not paying to play because those teams want that player that projects out to be NBA grade. Will they eventually be NBA grade? We have no idea, right? Because the 6th, 7th, 7th grader, does he love basketball? Is he being coached appropriately? Is he being taught appropriately? He's a kid. He's a 7th grader. He's not a professional athlete at 13 and 14 years old, or 12 or 11 and 12 years old. But that's how they're treated. Play all the video games you want, eat all the snackaroodies you want. Don't worry about school. Don't worry about maturity. Just do this one thing. If I'm 11 and 12 and you tell me that I can just essentially have gym all day, and then go play video games, don't have to worry about going to class, learning things that I'm going to need for the rest of my life, reading, writing, arithmetic, resilience, perseverance, tenacity. I can just, a world of fun. Right? Tough deal to turn down for a kid. But where is it going to lead when he's now 16, 18, 20, 22, and he's still that same kid because he hasn't, had access to actual resources, school, education to develop. Okay. Let's continue on. Slice of life. A couple more. Feel the wind picking up.
I played professional basketball for 15 years. And what really got me there was learning the roots of ruthless competitiveness. And it's not what you think. As a kid, you're lied to about competitiveness. You're told you should hate losing and love winning. You're told give it 110%. And as you get older, you're going to get better at competing. This is a total lie. Professional players, we go through a very unique process that we engineer. First, you need to understand when you see a bloodthirsty pro on the court, his on-court hostility is a direct result of the chronic bodily pain that he has been in from injuries over the last 10 years. What you also need to understand is that 100% of professional athletes are injured 100% of the time. So this begins for us when we're teenagers, and being in chronic pain 24 hours a day, not allowing yourself to rest or stop training, rewires your brain, your spine, and your central nervous system into a totally different animal, never to be the same again. If you can imagine an elderly person, 90 years old, can't sit, can't walk, can't sleep without being in pain. They're in pain 24 hours a day. And what sets in for them is a sort of fatalism where they don't want to do this anymore. They don't want to live anymore. They don't want to play this game called life anymore. It's not fun. They're in pain all the time and there's no escape. This is the process that professional athletes go through when we are teenagers. And the fatalism that results from that plays out on the court like this. I am a wounded animal, fatally wounded. There's no escape from this pain and these wounds. So on my way out, I'm taking all of you with me. I'm taking you with me, your teammates with me, your coach. I'm taking the refs too. Why not? I'm taking the fans with me. Everybody's going to come with me. All the pain that I have experienced from training for the last 10 years will be visited upon you people who think that we're here to play a game. I am not playing a game anymore. I am done playing a game. Nobody who's in chronic pain for 10 straight years, 24 hours a day, is playing anything. So when I show up, you are playing basketball. I am acting out a wounded animal syndrome and a fatalism that says, I'm dead anyway, and you are all coming with me. So that is the root of ruthless professional competitiveness. So next time that you say, oh, I want to be a professional athlete, I want to be a ruthless competitor, understand the idea that our competitiveness comes from loving the game or wanting to win championships is a childish, idealistic bunch of nonsense. Ruthless competitiveness comes from chronic pain, 5, 10, 15 years. And once you go through that rewiring process, you never come back. I played professional basketball for 15 years. And what really got me there was learning the roots of ruthless competitiveness. And it's not what you think.
Well, no, it's not what I thought. So I just gotta that clip, and obviously, you know, gone through it, but game changer for me. Right? And you know, chew you up, spit you out, no excuses. Yeah. You know, and guys who go overseas, you know, or your just rotation guys kind of hanging on. Now I don't feel what I'm trying to say here. I got to dive into that more so. You know, he said what he said. And I'm wondering, you know, guys, Team USA playing all overseas and everything like that. But I have to imagine these. And what am I trying to say here? Yes, the wear and tear on your body over time, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Particularly, you know, and this kind of puts the whole load management thing into perspective. But for me, where I'm going to push back on load management for Darren Peterson, for Kawhi Leonard, and everybody else is, look, you know, half of these teams are going home in a month or two. So what are we doing? These teams go, y'all going home in a month or two. So there is time for those teams, and then the teams that are going to play for a championship, you know, into, right? So you play in June, you win the championship. All right, time to shut it down. Now, the best of the best, there might be Team USA, so on and forth, but those things are calibrated. Okay, we're not asking LeBron to do foot fires after he's won a championship. No, this is moderated, meaning, you know, you're on a team of superstars as well. But the central point about, you know, for the non-stars and their sink or swim reality of do what we tell you to do, how we tell you to do it, or you can go home. True. You know, you play overseas in Europe, you know, depending on where you are, you're having to do all the training yourself. You know, you are the, you know, player, general manager, trainer. I get that. They pay you to play, so you're not load managing at all. Right? You got to be out there. And you're going to have to play those injuries. So this is, I think, the perception of a majority of your athletes, excuse me,